I don't trust people anymore, not because I hate them, but because every single fucking hand I held eventually dropped me. I showed up when it was uncomfortable, when it was heavy, when nobody else wanted the responsibility. I stayed loyal, stayed patient, stayed silent, and still got left like my effort never mattered. People love you when you're useful, but the second you need them, they vanish without explanation. Look at me, that shit changes you, because you realize trust isn't rare, consistency is. I didn't become guarded for no reason. I became guarded after being dropped too many fucking times. Every promise that broke, every silence that followed taught me exactly how people really move. So if I don't trust people anymore, understand, this isn't bitterness, it's survival.
Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, lately. Get your life. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, lately. Get your life. Run up when you see me, no disguises. Keep that thing with me, cause I don't do surprises. J. Chanel, show and tell, all facts, no lies, streak. Get your life, cause I'm the type that come to it that 9 quick. Eyes on me, what you care for? Watching me, baby, care for. If you ain't a fan, where the cameras? Hide in the back with the bellboys. My circle so restricted. Hands raised like it's your religion. When I sleep, pay close attention. Fake friends out here pretending. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, lately. Get your life. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, lately. Get your life.
Focus there.
Watch them cause they after me like a pot of gold. I'm not for play, ask Keisha if you don't know. I'm a little bit cray-cray, approach me, you better be right. If you don't come correctly, you can catch these cans tonight. Eyes on me, what you care for? Watching me, baby, care for. If you ain't a fan, where the cameras? Hide in the back with the bellboys. My circle's so restricted. Hands raised like it's your religion. When I sleep, pay close attention. Fake friends out here pretending. Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, lately. Get your life.
Get your life.
Get your life, get your life, get your life, baby. I got mine, why you can serve my mind, baby. Feeling me, that's why they killing me, lately. Get your life.
Get your life, boo.
Good morning, good evening, good night, and good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your nighttime, right time DJ Music here with another episode of the Chop Chop on this Saturday, May 23rd, 2026, where I got a whole lot to talk about today there, ladies and gents, guys and gals, dudes and dudettes. The 1965 Voting Rights Act. We're going to hear some congressmen actually say that they want to get rid of the 14th Amendment. Y'all thought it only had to do with just black people, huh? Oh, my goodness. You're going to hear Rachel Maddox say that the Trump regime is an all-out assault on black people. I didn't say black and brown people. I said black people. And then when we go close out, we're going to talk about the Supreme Court, affectionately known in some circles as the Thomas Court, because that's basically what it's turned into. I'm going to show you how. Well, we're going to go back through the eyes of Frontline. I'm not sure if you folks are familiar with Frontline, but it's a journalistic program. It comes on PBS. They run through Clarence and Ginni Thomas, their life and their rise to power. As I look at it, folks, growing up as a young black man in the South, I see Clarence Thomas on a revenge tour. That's exactly how I see him. He's on a revenge tour for the life that he lived growing up as a dark-skinned black child in the South. Not being able to connect with black folks, his parents, his grandparents, his mother, his pops. I think all of Clarence Thomas's young life had a profound effect on his decision-makings today. I think a long time ago, Clarence Thomas lost his identity. On the outside, he appears to be a black man, but nothing about Clarence Thomas on the inside is black. I think, honestly, in my honest opinion, I think if Clarence Thomas could pull off the skin that he's in and put on another skin, Clarence Thomas would be a white man. He is on a revenge tour. I'm going to get y'all. How I know? Because I grew up in the South. So some of the very same things that Clarence Thomas went through as a dark-skinned black kid in the South, I went through. The colorism is real. Some of us just chalked it up to being picked on in school. Some of us just chalked it, picked on it. Hey, you know, James Brown said it best. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Clarence Thomas didn't say that. Even when he tried to join the black militant group, folks, he got rejected there. So he found his safe haven. White nuns, white politics, and the ultimate for some black men, a white woman that was hell-bent on being powerful. But let's do this first. Let me move this off the screen. And we're going to take a look at the 1965 Voting Rights Act first, okay? Let me take this off. Let's put this on the screen and let's get it.
The Voting Rights Act is not just a victory for black Americans. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., it enriches the lives of all Americans.
The Voting Rights Act of 1965 is a very big deal. It transformed America, marking the end of the Jim Crow era and effectively banning racial discrimination in elections.
When Lyndon Johnson came into office, he made black civil rights a priority.
It is to give all our people the right to choose their leaders. To deny this right, I think, is to deny democracy itself.
Now, the key word right there, what Lynn LBJ said, was for the black population to choose their leaders. In some white parts of the world, they believe that the only person that a black person will cast a vote for is another black person. And that's, and through history, we have found that to be absolutely untrue. But that's what's being spread around today. That's what this gerrymandering district is all about. That's how they're able to go into an all-black district where the population is mostly black folks and believe that black folks will only vote for another black person. We heard it during the last presidential election that the only reason that we're voting for VP Harris is because she's, and I want to use the air quotes because some of y'all don't want to claim her as being black or a woman of color. Hey, Candy Cane Lane, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Great to see you.
When Congress passed the Voting Rights Act, I mean, they talked about it as, being this crown jewel, right? Like that they had finally righted a wrong.
The stunning thing about the Voting Rights Act is just how fast it worked. So on the day it was signed, less than 7% of Black eligible voters in the state of Mississippi were registered.
Less than 7% of the Black folks in the state of Mississippi could vote. But after they passed the Voting Rights Act that was brought in 1965, passed in 1966, look at the difference. And a couple years later, when those barriers, those racial barriers, was removed from Black folks. And they keep telling us that our vote is not important. That's why Trump won last year and in that last election. They convinced Black people to sit out. 2 million, over 2 million of us sat out. And if you go state by state, I'm just saying.
To vote. Just 2 years later, that number was 60%.
But in the past few decades, conservative justices on the Supreme Court have taken major steps towards dismantling it.
Supreme Court just finished hearing arguments in a major Republican challenge to the Voting Rights Act. This is a case that could gut key provisions that prohibit racial discrimination in redistricting.
He's talking about the Louisiana versus Calais case. At first glance, it might look like yet another scuffle over who gets their way when it comes to drawing electoral maps. But the truth is, there is a lot at stake here, and you should care about it. Because if the plaintiffs in this case get their way, the Voting Rights Act could be erased, and America could be transformed again, but this time, it would tear down more than half a century of voting rights progress.
Tear down over half a century of voting rights progress. Just happened a couple of weeks ago, last week or so, when the Supreme Court decided to remove the provisions of Section 2 and Section 5. They successfully took us back to pre-Jim Crow era. Legally, the future of the Voting Rights Act hangs in the balance as Louisiana. Go look at this particular case, folks. And you saw down in the link there, I put, "Am I my brother's keeper?" Clarence Thomas is not our brother's keeper, because he was the head of the snake to remove provisions, Sections 5 and Sections 2. Him, and along with the other judge that we talked about, but we'll get to them too.
The Supreme Court is now set to decide not just if Louisiana must keep 2 majority Black districts, but whether the Voting Rights Act can continue protecting minority representation nationwide.
So slap on your I voted stickers and get your notebooks out. Because this video is going to take a trip through history to explain how a shifting Supreme Court got us here, and how this case in Louisiana could upend voting rights and political representation for a generation. This is The Docket, a Patreon-exclusive Vox series unpacking the Supreme Court cases that you need to know about. Let's go back in time to 1965. The world got Beatlemania, The Sound of Music was released, and it's also the year when the Voting Rights Act was passed. It was the culmination of years of effort and sacrifice by the civil rights movement. The VRA has been amended several times, but there are 2 key pillars to know, Section 2 and Section 5. Section 2 bans denying the right to vote on account of race, and was also amended to include the right to elect representatives of their choice. Section 5 said that certain jurisdictions...
Now, if we go back in time, folks, if we travel really, really back in time, isn't that what the United States is based on? Isn't that what the Boston Tea Party was about? Isn't that what the Revolutionary War was about? No taxation without representation. If you break it down to its smallest thing, isn't this what this is about? Isn't it what the United States called themselves 250 years ago in order to form a more perfect union? Isn't that what they told the British monarchy, that you will not come over to this part of the world and tax us without fair representation? How many of you Black folks don't pay taxes? When you go to the store, you pay taxes. Every year around April something, you got to fill out a piece of paper to tell how much money you made. When you get your paycheck, down at the bottom, FICA and all those other folks get out some of your money. Isn't that the same form as no taxation without representation? Because that's what Section 2 and Section 5 prevented. But according with the greatness, I won't say greatness, I'm using that just cause, and all the infinite wisdom of this Supreme Court, they decided that Section 2 that was removed in 2013, I believe, or Section 5, whichever one was that was removed. And they come back some 13 years later and remove the other provisions. Judge Roberts said in 2013 that we didn't need both because one was sufficient. We don't have to force the southern states. We don't have to have that checks and balances system on the southern states anymore, because let's face it, that's what really Section 2 and Section 5 was aimed at. South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi, because they were the main culprits in not allowing Black people or people of color or immigrants to vote. No taxation without representation.
With a history of racial discrimination had to get permission from the federal government if they wanted to change their voting laws. The aim was to prevent the states and jurisdictions on this map, mostly the South, from passing laws that would discriminate against Black voters. We're going to look at 3 major cases since then that are key to understanding Louisiana versus Calais. First stop, 1986. A case called Thornburg versus Jingles built upon Section 2 and established rules governing when an alleged racial gerrymander violates the VRA.
The 2 most important factors under Jingles, one is whether a state has residential segregation. So, white people tend to live in one part of the state, Black people tend to live in another part of the state, and also whether it has racially polarized voting. So voters of one race tend to vote for the Republican Party, voters of the other race tend to vote for the Democratic Party.
Well, let me just interject right there. You can't build something and then be mad at the way you built it. You can't push white folks to this part of the world and then Black folks to this part of the world and be mad when Black folks only see themselves. When there's only Black people that's running for political seats in that area, who else are they supposed to vote for? Correct me if I'm wrong, but your voting district is based on your zip code and where you live. So if you go to a bank and the bank steers you to a mostly Black area, or they tell you that you don't really want to live over here when it comes to white folks, you want to live here, you can't build something and then get mad at the finished product. If y'all get what I'm saying.
And the reason why the Supreme Court honed in on those 2 factors is that when you have voters clustering together and you also have racial polarization, that tends to produce 2 separate political communities where it's very easy for whichever racial group is in the majority to essentially cut the other group out of power by just drawing maps where they don't have any representation. And so you need to draw additional Black districts, additional Latino districts.
So again, it's not a matter of really Black and white, is it? It's a matter of Democrat and Republican, because for some reason or the other, most people believe that Black people only vote Democrat. In a lot of cases, and a lot of folks, people vote legacy. My mom was a Democrat. My pops was a Democrat. So you kind of tend to vote about the people around you. That's how you say that have common interests like you. I wonder why there's not an all-out assault on white voting districts. Who do they vote for? The majority of white candidates voters do not vote for Black candidates unless they live in that particular district.
districts, additional districts to make sure that that minority group also has representation.
As a result of Jingles, the number of black representatives shot up thanks to the creation of more majority black districts. The second case, which came in 2013, was not so favorable to the Voting Rights Act. One of the key pillars of protection, Section 5, was struck down in a case called Shelby County versus Holder in a 5-4 decision. The result was that states and jurisdictions that used to have racist voting laws passed a number of new voting restrictions that disproportionately affected minority voters.
We saw a flood after the Shelby decision, a flood of laws designed to make it hard just to show up at the polls.
The premise of the Shelby County majority opinion is, well, we don't have all this racism anymore that we used to have in 1965, so we don't need the law that stops the racism that we used to have in 1965.
On the first radio station that I was on, folks, when I first started my career, I used to do a show called the M&M Show with a gentleman from the UK. And he would always ask me, what type of show you want to do this week? We'd do a show maybe about music or artists or something like that. But every once a month, I would want to do a show on racism. And he asked me one day, why is that so important to you? Now you see, Mango, why this is so important to me. It may not affect you over there in the UK, but over here, when I said racism wasn't dead in 2013, 2014, when I said, Mango, that Donald Trump didn't create racism, but he just awoke the sleeping giant. Mango, when I talked about Ron DeSantis, when I talked about the all-out assault on affirmative action, when they started using co-op words, again, dog whistle words like DEI, critical race theory, you told me I was going a little bit overboard. That America has gotten past a lot of its racial ideologies. Why are we here? And what we were talking about in 2013 and 2014 on those M&M shows, why are we here? Why am I talking about this some 9 years later? Oh, what it is to walk in a black man's shoes sometime, huh, Mango?
I left Section 2 as the remaining safeguard to protect the voice of minority voters. Fast forward to 2023. Another gerrymandering case, Allen versus Milligan, is heard by the Roberts Court, now made up of 6 Republican-appointed and 3 Democrat-appointed justices. With the Voting Rights Act on the line once again, the ruling in Milligan upheld essential parts of Section 2 and struck down a racially gerrymandered map in Alabama. Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Kavanaugh voted with the court's liberal minority.
Because this court, or at least its Republican majority, is so hostile to the Voting Rights Act, I think everyone thought they were going to strike down the anti-gerrymandering provisions, overrule Jingles, allow Alabama to have whatever maps Alabama wanted. And everyone, including me, was shocked when that didn't happen.
I wanted to take a second to thank our Patreon members. We're putting this episode of our Patreon. The U.S. Supreme Court appears willing to strike down Section 2, despite the striking similarities to Milligan. This case has been kicking around for a few years before it made it to the Supreme Court, so let me catch you up. In 2022, Louisiana state legislators drew an electoral map called HB 1 that only included 1 majority black district out of 6 statewide, despite the 2020 census showing that 1/3 of the Louisiana population was black. Civil rights groups and community members sued, and it was decided—
Again, no taxation without representation. Some people believe in the United States that black people will only vote for another black person. And I can absolutely tell you throughout the history of me voting, that is absolutely incorrect.
that they needed a new map with 2 majority black districts to reflect the state's population. The new map, SB 8, passed in the state legislature in 2024, and it seemed like it was over. But a group of non-African American voters claimed SB 8 was unconstitutional because race was the sole reason for the map. They argued because the map was created to fix discrimination against black voters, it was discriminating against white voters. This is Louisiana versus Calais.
And
there we go, that good old reverse discrimination thing. Let me tell you about reverse discrimination. Y'all started it. Break it down to the smallest thing. If everybody in this country was equal from the day of its inception, there would be no reason to have Section 2 or Section 5. There would be no reason to have the 14th Amendment, the 13th Amendment, the 15th Amendment. If everybody in this country, as y'all say it was built for. No, yes, May, I do believe that. Hold on just a second. Somehow, May, I knew you was going to show up today. Somehow, if anyone I expected to be in this crowd of people, it was going to be you. So I'm going to answer your question in just a minute, May. Well, let me go ahead and answer it now. May says, so do I think you're not capable of reverse discrimination? Not really. I think everyone can be prejudiced, May. But we as black and brown people, we don't have the power, the legislative power to decide where people live, how people vote, and those different things like that. Again, the mere term that you're using, reverse, means something had to be in place first. There had to be an original case of discrimination for it to be reversed. That's like me hitting you and then you hitting me back. Would you agree with that, May? So why would you ask me, May, if there's no such thing as reverse discrimination? There is such a thing. I didn't create this term. Those folks did. Now, when I say those folks, I mean those folks who want to use it. No, discrimination and racism is two different things, May. Two different things. But they're synonymous with each other. Would you agree? Let's continue here.
Calais case wound up being heard by 2 Trump judges. And those Trump judges said that the maps that Louisiana drew were themselves unconstitutional.
After an initial oral argument in March 2025, the Supreme Court heard re-arguments 7 months later.
We will hear argument first this morning in Case 24-109, Louisiana versus Calais.
These arguments were framed around a single question: whether the state's intentional creation of a second majority-minority congressional district violates the 14th or 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution.
This court's cases, in a variety of contexts, have said that race-based remedies are permissible for a period of time, sometimes for a long period of time, decades in some cases, but that they should not be indefinite and should have an end point.
If it's going well, what would be the end point? Why would you knowingly, are you with me, mate? You heard this for yourself. Why would the Supreme Court knowingly allow racial discrimination and then said somewhere along the line, maybe a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, we'll remedy it? Why not stop it at its inception? And when I say, you know what you know exactly what I mean by those folks. I don't mean all white folks. I should not have to use that disclaimer. You know who I'm talking of. See, in some cases, some people see and hear different things, and they automatically assume that I'm trying to be, or the person that's using it is trying to be prejudiced or use some racial undertones. But these words that I'm using are just words that you folks use. When I say you folks, those folks, I don't mean necessarily you. But I'm just repeating what these folks say, Nate. May, I think it might. Would you like to come up? Just type yes or no. Would you like me to drop the link for you and we can have a verbal discussion about this? If you would like.
above and beyond what the 15th Amendment requires of its own force, but Congress has actually chosen the Voting Rights Act as a remedy. Does that affect the question of whether it can go on indefinitely or not?
I had two takeaways from the argument in Calais. One is that the Republican justices are absolutely determined to eliminate the Voting Rights Act racial gerrymandering safeguards. The other thing is that they have no idea how to do it. They couldn't agree on a rationale for why they should do it. They sort of started with the outcome they wanted, and then were tossing out different theories they could use to get to that outcome.
I find it particularly cruel to.
No, May, I didn't say that. I never said that I or anyone else can't be prejudiced. I never said that anyone, all of us have biases, explicit or unexplicit. We all have biases. And sometimes they lead into the realm of having a preconceived notion, prejudice about someone. Could be what they're wearing, could be the way they look, could be anything. Preconceived notion about someone. That's prejudice. There's a big difference between what you're trying to take me down the street to. Yes, are they synonymous? Prejudice and racism. You could probably find them in the same neighborhood. But if you dig deeper past the definition, you'll see that they're completely different. One could lead to the other. Hey there, Atlanta. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in. FWP pod. I'm okay. He says any ism that has to do with system. A system denotes the default environment, which denotes power. Okay. So what kind of power do black and brown folks have there, FW, when it comes to political power? What actual power do we have? And this is not a slight on black and brown people, but it's an honest question. What power do we have? What laws do the majority of the black and brown population, what laws have we put in effect that we could change? Which laws that came strictly from black and brown people? Yes, I did. And when I meant those people, I meant those people that will deny anyone from having their fair voice heard at the voting box. Those people. So that's who I'm talking about. Those people. If you're not one of those people, you should not worry about that. Ain't that right, Pure Butterfly? How you doing? Great to see you. If you're not one of those people, nothing that I say is going to bother you. But you know that I'm just speaking truth because those people say that. And I'm going to prove my point about one of those people in a little while, Meg. As a matter of fact, let's go to the next thing here. Let's remove that from the screen, Meg. And let's go to this. Here we go. Fair use.
The court to get rid of the 14th Amendment. You know, the amendment that made black people citizens and creates equal protection under the law. It's a pretty big deal. Put them up full mass.
I get what you're saying now there, FW. I understand exactly. And so I'm glad that, if you look at the conversation, that was a valid question that FW posted. So let me put it on a valid statement there. So he directed that at you, so I'm sure you can see it. Those people, that's who I'm speaking to, Pure. I'm not speaking to everybody. I'm speaking to those people like this.
We have a hell of a story about Alabama House Speaker Nathaniel Ledbetter. Here it is.
Ledbetter, those people. That's who I'm speaking to, man. One of those people, that guy that's up on the screen, Nathaniel Ledbetter, out of Alabama, where we heard the famous quote from George Wallace: segregation now, segregation to mar segregation forever. Remember that famous quote?
Well, it certainly gives us an opportunity to look at those congressional districts again. Gives us a chance at all of them if we get some reprieve from the courts, and so we'll see how that goes, and certainly hope that the Supreme Court will overturn Amendment 14 and gives us a shot.
He kind of hopes that the Supreme Court will overturn Amendment 14. Take some time, folks. Open up another window right now and go look at all what falls under the 14th Amendment. This man that you see with this red tie trying to be a fake Donald Trump wants the Supreme Court to eliminate the 14th Amendment. What's stopping them? May?
To revisit those. So I think that's happened. All we need now is the courts to overturn 14, and we can look at a new election.
I didn't even know it was up for debate.
Did y'all know that the overturning or the re-ratification of the 14th Amendment was up for debate? All it takes is a spark to get a fire going.
Equal protection under the law sounds like a really good plan. Okay, put it up full mass. After the Alabama lawmaker had just passed a bill to strip black people in Alabama of a second congressional district, Alabama House Speaker Nathaniel Ledbetter said during a press conference, quote, "It gives us a chance to look at all of them. If we get some reprieve from the courts." So we'll see how that goes, and certainly hope that the Supreme Court will overturn Amendment 14. End quote. Some say, well, he may have missed.
Okay, Roscoe's chicken. You don't get no waffles. What's fake about what this man is saying? You just stepped in the door hollering fake news. If the words come out of his mouth, Roscoe, what's fake about it? Roscoe P. Coltrane, just a good old boy, never meaning no harm. I got something for you, Roscoe. I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna do. I don't mind debating people that come in with at least a legitimate statement or legitimate question. But for you, Roscoe, I got something for you. Hold on just a second, Roscoe. I always like you, folks. Roscoe, you there?
No, I'm sorry. Somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working? Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on. Tell this sumbitch to walk the fuck out right now, or we done for the day. Go on. I'm sorry. Somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working? Go.
And they always come in here with the amount of people that's here. Well, Roscoe, guess what? I had 3 until I kicked your ass out. You see, folks like you believe it's about numbers. You believe that if you got hundreds and hundreds of people in here, well, if I wanted to do a stream with hundreds and hundreds of people, I would have found some gossip, because that's what folks like you like. Uh-oh, mate, you're starting to catch on. Uh-oh, mate, you're starting to catch on. So that birthright citizenship is not only going to affect people from the southern border, is it, mate? Is it, mate? But anyway, back to what we were talking about here before we got rudely interrupted. Yeah, I was saying, you folks always think it's all about numbers. You build it right, it'll come. If I wanted to have the 100, 2, 3, 4, 500 people listen to what I had to say, I have an entire radio station for that. I could broadcast uninterrupted at any time I wanted to. So it's not about numbers. And so if you're coming over here looking for a whole lot of people, But like I said, I guarantee you, if I was talking about Cheyenne Bryant, if I was talking about who did who, the chat room would be flooded. I know, but you know, huh, man? You knew. You see, you caught. See, you and I, mate, we're kind of on the same parallel, but we just differ a little bit. You knew exactly what the reference that I was making when I said just a good old boy. As the Dukes of Hazzard drove around with a car they called the General Lee with a rebel flag on top of it, and America accepted that for years. That was one of the #1 shows on TV. The Dukes of Hazzard. 2 country boys breaking the law every day.
But he said it again just seconds later, quote, all we need now is for the courts to overturn 14 and we can look at a new election.
He said it twice.
So remember, Alabama is a state that brought you a law that gave a woman who was sexually violated more prison time if she sought to abort the fetus than the person who sexually violated her. Alabama.
Well, May, if you listen to Dr. Ritchie right now, you'll see exactly it's not what I'm thinking whether it's going to be repeat. We thought Roe versus Wade was safe, didn't we? I'm sure a whole lot of women thought that Roe versus Wade would never be changed. I mean, there's some of us, Roe versus Wade has been the law of the land for as long as some of these folks been born. You know, for those folks that are in their 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s, Roe versus Wade might not be a big thing to them. But what about these young women that's just starting out families? Now, how many young women have lost their life because of this ban on, you know, things that the 14th Amendment protected? Next thing you know, to be quite honest with you, since the country itself is kind of like, some people don't really, as they say, I hate when folks use this, but they love each other not because of the color of their skin, but for they are, and they decide to get married. This thing that they call interracial marriage might be up for grabs too. FW, I didn't understand why Africa was even brought up in this conversation, May. I got to agree with FW on that one. Why would you even bring that up? Africa has nothing to do with this conversation. I don't think that at any of the streams that I'm going to clips that I'm going to present to you today, the word Africa is ever mentioned. We might have to use the word slavery a couple of times to solidify a point. But let's let Dr. Ritchie say this a little bit more. Then we'll move on to the next clip.
I gave you that. Let's get into it. The second of the post-Civil War amendment, the 14th Amendment, is what made Black people in America citizens, along with everyone else born on American soil, to the chagrin of many in Ledbetter's party today. Amendment 14, as Ledbetter called it, was America's acknowledgement that Black people were people, that we were all to be considered equal in the eyes of the law. And it leaves little wiggle room on this point. The 14th Amendment guarantees equal protection under the law. And the courts have read that protection to cover the right to vote. GOP State Representative Chris Pringle, real name, by the way, tried to smooth over what the speaker had said. Alabama has been found in violation not only of the Voting Rights Act, but also the 14th Amendment. They want the court to change its mind on both things, or else the state is stuck with the maps it has. They don't want the court to overturn Amendment 14. They just don't want the court to enforce it.
Okay. Okay, May, listen. What I'm in, let me say this. What I'm in favor of is a woman's autonomy. That's what I'm in favor of. I'm not a medical doctor. If a woman decides whatever is right for her, her body, her family, who am I to step in between that? I think that's the problem with a lot of the so-called United States citizens, that you guys will always say, oh, you're for abortions. But did you not hear the precedents that were set? The reason why some people say that some women, yes, should have an abortion in the case of rape, in the case of incest, in the case that the mother's life would be put in jeopardy by carrying the child or having the child. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, May, that is one of the most vulnerable times in a woman's life, childbirth. Correct me if I'm wrong, May. We're talking about a system of power and what they donate. What? You're missing me, man. You're missing me. I don't know where is the the Back to Africa movement is what you're trying to. I don't know. And then you asked me, I'm going to save my people. Who are my people, May? Who are my people? I bet you're going to say my people are people that look like me. When did distinction may become between Black American and white America? Are we not both American? Are South Americans not Americans? That's the distinction. Hey, El Boogie, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm an American. My skin just happens to be dark, but I am an American. So by saving my people, who would I be saving? Is the Voting Rights Act only going to affect black and brown people? May? Is the 14th Amendment, if it's repealed, is it only going to affect black and brown people? May? I don't think so, May. I think it's going to affect everybody, May. So in essence, May, I'm saving my people, even the ones that don't have the same hue as me, May. Now, can I continue, May? Or should we need to travel back to Africa? Are we going to turn this stream into BTBAU, the Back to Africa movement or something like that?
We are in Alabama. Let me start there. So he's saying we're not asking for the courts to overturn it. Nothing that drastic. We just don't want them to enforce it, which would mean you can violate it without penalty, is what that would mean, theoretically.
There's no theoretically to it there, Doc. That means, okay, let's break this down to its smallest thing. Thank you, Dr. Richard. Let's break this down to its smallest thing there, folks. You are a criminal. Or I'm a criminal. I'll just use me as an example. I'm a criminal. I go out and rob a bank. I know that there's no penalties for me robbing that bank. What's to stop me from going to rob another bank? Even though it's against the law, the police can't come and enforce the fact that I robbed the bank. That's basically what these Republicans in the Alabama State House wants the courts to do. Leave it on the books, but don't enforce it. Leave it on the books, but don't enforce it. Now, again, I've had conversations with folks that they say, well, it's all about immigration. And I always said, I said this, and I'll say it again. Trump hates black folks. I don't care what anyone says. Everything about his life says he's against black folks. Some people will bring up, well, he used to hang out with the rappers. He used to hang out with Puffy and all of them. I wonder why. Wonder why he used to hang out with them. Let me get in good. Because we'll find out the guy from the Heritage Foundation. That'll be our next live stream. We're going to talk about the Heritage Foundation after this. You'll find out that's exactly what he did. He got in good with us. We made him an honorary hip-hopper. And then he closed the door on y'all. That's right. That's exactly it, El Bookie. An infiltrator is what Donald Trump did. He made black folks believe that because he hung up with what we thought was popular, that he was one of us. Don't believe me? I think I'm gonna have to keep this one covered because it's MS now, and they like to, they don't like to share the wealth. So let's let Rachel Maddox speak for a minute.
There is a lot that the U.S. government and this presidential administration is failing at right now, in the courts, in public opinion, in politics, in the technocratic and practical functions of government. Even some of their schemes and scams are falling apart. Every day, every news cycle, the list just piles up of things at which they are failing. Today, for example, the Justice Department and the Homeland Security Department learned that their officials may be held in contempt of court by a federal judge in Rhode Island. The administration put out a press release lying about this particular judge, vilifying this particular judge in terms that were not true. What it said in the press release about this judge was false. Now, today in court, the Justice Department's lawyer begged the judge's forgiveness for that. He admitted in today's court hearing in Rhode Island that he, in fact, had deliberately withheld information from this judge. He said he only did so because the Department of Homeland Security explicitly instructed him to do that. That's really bad, but he sort of threw himself on the mercy of the court, told the judge he's so sorry. Lying to a federal judge, lying about a federal judge, is a really big deal if you're a lawyer or a government official. And even though Trump's Justice Department lawyer, quote, profusely apologized for it in court today,
Now remember, on both of Donald Trump's terms, he said he was only hiring the best folks. Let's go back to his first term. How many of those folks have not either been indicted or been in jail? Let's go to his second term. We just learned just the other day that the lady, what's her name, Kristi Noem, was going around buying up warehouses, inflating the price. And then 33 people connected to the Trump cabinet benefited from that. 33. But this is what this administration is good at, lying and creating chaos. But we're gonna get to this part about the black folks in just a minute. Hold on just a second. It's gonna lead up to this.
Judge said at this hearing today that she is weighing contempt charges against DOJ officials and Homeland Security officials for the lying. That is very not good. And that happened today while another federal judge, a judge in Alabama, is also weighing a very serious allegation, a potentially very consequential allegation, that DOJ lawyers may have lied to the grand jury in a very high-profile case in Alabama. This is the case about the Southern Poverty Law Center, where Trump's DOJ has brought a bizarre prosecution against that longtime civil rights group, the Southern Poverty Law Center. In responding to the indictment, they've done something very unusual now. They have now asked the judge in that case to allow them to see, to allow.
And that's called, you say you got some evidence against me. Let me see it. I want y'all to understand that the Southern Poverty Law Center is really the one entity that has direct ties to dismantling the Klan. If it had not been for a landmark case, that lawsuit that they took up against the Klan, not in too distant past, is what broke the back of the Ku Klux Klan of the United States. They had to go underground. But now the Trump administration or the Trump regime, where this guy right here decided to go into a grand jury and say that the Southern Poverty Law Center is paying Klan members to be racist. Let that make sense. Let that sink in for a minute. They said that the Klan used paid informants to infiltrate other clans and other whatchamacallits to make them stronger. Paraphrasing, of course. Now, throughout the history of law enforcement in the United States, whether it be on a local level, state level, or federal level, I can take you to case after case after case. Matter of fact, let's talk about one famous case, Donnie Brasco, that all kind of movies been made about. What's up there, Black and Proud? What up, player? Donnie Brasco. How did they infiltrate the mob? Donnie Brasco was a paid informant. Right. That's what they're trying to say, L Boogie, that like Chud the Builder, nobody was paying him to go around and do this except for the supporters. Those people was paying Chud the Builder to walk up to black folks and start calling them the hard end. I don't know what's the difference, the hard end or the AGA. I don't know why people try to distinguish a difference, but you're not going to walk up to me in a nasty manner and use any one of them to me, and there's not going to be some consequences or repercussions. That's what I'm saying. Hold on just a second, folks.
Them to see the transcript of what the lawyers from Trump's DOJ actually told the grand jury behind closed doors. When they went in to talk to that grand jury, to convince that grand jury to sign off on the indictment on this civil rights group, they want to know what Trump's DOJ lawyers said to that grand jury. This is a very rare request. This is a very unusual thing to request of the judge in a court case. But the reason they have done it is because in this case, in this Southern Poverty Law Center case, the indictment really makes it seem like Trump's Justice Department lawyers might have lied to the grand jury, might have told them things either about the civil rights group or about the law that were just factually wrong. The arraignment in that case is on Thursday. The judge is right now considering whether to release the grand jury information to the defense. If that happens, if it does turn out that the lawyers at Trump's DOJ lied to the grand jury in order to get that indictment, not only would that instantly end the indictment, end the case, it could very easily mean contempt of court or discipline or even disbarment for the Trump lawyers involved here. The fact that this is even in play in a high-profile case like this is unheard of for Justice Department lawyers. But in Trump's Justice Department, that's kind of how they roll. They are not great at this.
No, they're not great at this, but something's coming up that they're really good at. And we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But let's think about this now. It's already a case that's already pending against the Southern SPC, Southern Poverty Law Center, that already has questions about the legitimacy of it. That it's already saying that something stinks here. Something ain't right. So what the Law Center did was say, hey, let's see the transcript. Let us see why that these charges was brought up against us. Let's see. It's called habeas corpus. Produce the prisoner or released him, or something to that effect. Let me see. You have the right to see any charges brought against you. Let me see that paperwork, as they say in the hip-hop community. Let me see that paperwork. Let me see who's snitching. Here it goes. Let me make sure there. What's your name there? Hanley. Who sounds fake news? Me or them? I want to make sure. Hanley, who's fake news? Me. I want to make sure, Hanley. Go ahead and give me your answer. Hanley, this sounds like fake news to me. Well, I don't think I'm gonna let you hang around long enough to answer that. Because see, you could have came in there and said hello. You could have came in there and said anything, but you came in there spouting fake news. So that pretty much tell me who and what you are. I got a little something for you. And your boys that come in here with that shit. Here you go. This one's for you too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working? Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on. I tell this sumbitch to walk the fuck out right now, or we done for the day. Go on. I'm sorry. Somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working? Go
on, nerd. Go find another place to crash out at. Go over and find someplace else where they allow folks to come in and be disrespectful. Or go over there amongst your brethren. And that way y'all can have a circle jerk amongst yourself. But you're not going to come over here. Disrespect will not be tolerated anymore. I don't mind having a civil conversation with you. But I'm not going to allow you to come over here and disrespect me or anyone else. Let's continue.
They are really not great at this. Politically, they're not great at this either, it turns out. In an environment where the Republican Party is embodied essentially entirely by their leader, where nobody else is allowed the oxygen to thrive or speak. The latest Washington Post ABC News Ipsos poll has Trump negative 25 overall. He's 25 points underwater on his overall approval rating. And that's kind of the high point for him.
I guess that's fake news too, huh? I guess that his approval rating that we're seeing here is fake news too. I don't think it is. Let's go.
In this poll. Minus 25 is kind of as good as it gets. On the economy, his approval rating is 31 points underwater. On the Iran war, his approval rating is 33 points underwater. On inflation, Trump's approval rating is 45 points underwater. On Trump's hand...
In the red on everything. There's nothing good about this presidency, folks. You can sit here and argue with me all day. I call anyone that comes around to defend Trump and his cronies. You are in a cult, and you just have not come to grips with that yet. You are in a cult if you believe that Donald Trump has your best interests at heart. You are in a cult. That's just bottom line to it.
Handling of the cost of living, which is effectively what he ran on to get a second term in the White House, Trump is 53 points underwater. 76% of the country disapproves of Trump's handling of the cost of living. He's minus 53.
So that's fake news. So all that 76% of the people in the country, that's fake news too. Well, it can't be just black folks because let y'all tell it, we only make up 14%. So take away 14% from that segment, 76%. May, what you got to say to that, May? not 76%, 76% overall. Take away the 14% of the black population. Trump. Over half of the population don't agree with Trump, even if you took out black folks, May, on nothing. Yeah, we're going. That's why we're doing this. That's the whole thing about this Voting Rights Act, mate. This is the whole purpose of it, because this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to convince brown people, black people, that your vote is not important. And once you figure out that it is, now we got to figure out a way to stop you from voting. And throughout history, Section 2 and Section 5 held all these states accountable for that. The Supreme Court, along with this man in the middle, Clarence Thomas, made sure that Judge Thomas and the rest of his sycophants went all the way back to 2013 to finish what they started. Chief Justice Roberts, Clarence Thomas, they went all the way back to 2013 to finish what they started. It's dropping the breadcrumbs. Put a little bit here, put a little bit here, and we can go back and get it later on. We can find our way back to this later on. And that's the point, mate. She says the majority of people don't vote. That's what the Republicans want, mate. They don't want people to vote. They don't want people to vote.
As, among other things, his war of whim, his war of impulse, this war of choice that he doesn't even seem to understand, drags on with no end in sight, and the energy crisis he caused by starting this inexplicable war just gets worse and worse, with gas prices continuing their steady, steep rise. They are really, really not great at this. They're not good at this. We're also now seeing every day the practical impact of what it means that they kicked off this second presidential term for Donald Trump by wholesale breaking the government in every way they could figure out to do it. And we're seeing that in very practical ways. Like, regardless of your politics, regardless of your ideological cant, we're seeing it in very practical consequences. Last month's tornado outbreak in Kansas City, Kansas. Trees damaged, homes damaged, mobile homes and RVs overturned, people injured. Turns out people had basically no warning of those tornadoes last month. And why not? Right? Usually a tornado watch goes up a few hours before storms are anticipated. But in the Kansas City, Kansas tornadoes last month, they only got the tornado watch up about 30 minutes before the...
Okay, man. Here we go again. You want to shoot the messenger, man. Stop looking at where the message comes from, and start looking at the message. Or maybe you should go to the local news in Kansas City, Kansas, last week or 2 weeks ago, when that tornado struck that particular part of the country. 2 years ago, there would have been sirens blaring to let those folks know of the impending weather danger. But the Trump administration, in its infinite wisdom, decided that putting up weather balloons wasn't cost effective. Remember when Doge went in and gutted all these programs? This is the effect of what we were talking about. Some folks said this 7 months ago, 8 months ago, a year ago. This is not nothing new, but it is new, May. You don't want to see it as new because you're comfortable in that bubble that you've been living in. What is Trump got to do with Kansas? He's the freaking president of the United States, May. He has everything. You're starting to get on my nerves. You're starting to get on my nerves, May. You're starting to act like a Trump sycophant. Now, I'm going to put you a little closer to the door, May. If I see one more dumb statement from you, May, you know what I'm going to do to you, right? May. Now, you can hang out and have a dialogue.
First storm hit. And that's not the warning, hey, it's coming. That's the watch, which usually gives you hours of notice to let you know that tornadoes are a possibility that day. They only got 30 minutes before the watch no time to get ready, which undoubtedly affected people's preparedness and undoubtedly affected the amount of damage and potentially the number of injuries. What happened there? Why did people get no notice? Quote, many forecasting offices in the Great Plains did not launch weather balloons at 7 a.m. that day, as they have for decades. And why didn't the National Weather Service offices launch the weather balloons that morning, as they always have every 7 a.m. every day for decades? Well, thank Donald Trump. Weather balloon launches was one of the first things that had to go when Donald Trump, in his infinite wisdom, started radically cutting the staffing levels at the National Weather Service and NOAA, the National...
Are you catching on now, May? You see what your so-called great leader is doing to the country as a whole? Now, let's move on. I just wanted to bring that up. So, folks, you know, this is the tornado season. Tornado Alley. There's people that live in Tornado Alley. Right now, you're not going to get those warnings. I live on the East Coast. Hurricanes, tornadoes, thunderstorms, flash floods. We're not going to get those warnings anymore. We're not going to have, this is almost like, and I hate to use the adage, but this is not, at least I think the folks in Pompeii are going to get more warning than we've been getting, thanks to the Trump regime. Let me see. Let me slide back over, May. What you say? Okay, let me say something bad about the Democrats, May. They are just as wrong as the Republicans. They may not be as vocal about it, but they are just as wrong. They're complicit in this, May. But right now, the Republicans are not holding power, or the Democrats are not holding power. The Republicans run the House, the Senate, and the presidency. So why should I be speaking about the Democrats right now, May? Hey, Genesis, I am, as you said. Hey, sugars. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. So what would you like me to say about the Democrats? That birds of a feather flock together? No, you can't blame the tornadoes on them, but you can blame the lack of preparedness on them. She said, wait a minute, now, it says, you're old enough to see our money is worthless, and they got the poor fighting each other over color. Well, see, now you're going to have to make me say something about the Republicans, because it was one of those famous Republicans that say, you teach the lowest white man that the black man is a little better than him, and you could pick his pockets. Who said that, May? See, that's the trouble when folks come over here trying to, how do I say this? Try to act like I don't have a grasp on what I'm talking about. That I'm just using clips from CNN to solidify my points. No, I'm just letting them folks talk, and I'm just bringing out the points that they may have missed. Been on this earth long enough to know that even CNN gets it wrong. Even MSN Now gets it wrong. And from time to time, May, even I get it wrong. The difference between me and your dearly beloved Republicans, they don't like to admit that they're wrong. They'll die on the hill. Just like many of the Republicans are doing right now when it comes to Donald Trump. So yes, I can blame him and not speak on the Democrats. Let me move on a little further here. Hold on just a second. Let me move on just a little further here. Now, yeah, well, let's start right there. Here we go. Let's start right there.
And according to reporting at the time, he named some predominantly black countries, and he said they were S-hole countries, and couldn't we instead have immigrants from predominantly white countries? He mentioned Norway. Since countries with white populations are apparently good and countries with black populations are swear words. So Donald Trump said that in his first term, and when it was reported that he had said that, he denied it. He said he had never, ever used that language. But then just a few months ago, he started bragging proudly. Weirdly, at a speech in Pennsylvania, he started bragging that, yes, actually, despite all those earlier denials, of course, he had used that term, and moreover, he still believes it. Predominantly black countries are S-hole countries. This administration, I think it's clear from just the repeated daily news cycle. I think this administration is bad at everything they set their mind to. They're terrible in the courts, to the point where, like, their performance in court jeopardizes the law licenses of everybody who speaks for them. They're terrible in the court of public opinion, which you can see in the polls, which is going to have a big political impact on them the next time people get a chance to vote for them en masse. They're terrible, really terrible, at all the technocratic, practical stuff a government is supposed to do, including, like, basic stuff like the weather. They're terrible at war, terrible at diplomacy. They're even terrible at hiding the ball in terms of how much this president does whatever Vladimir Putin wants, even when it makes no sense for us. They're just not great. They're bad at basically everything they try to do. But on the issue of race, on the treatment of African Americans,
I want you to pay attention to this, May. Can you use quotes? Well, okay, May, my dear May. They made the car. How many years ago? How many years ago? Hold on just a second. I knew I should have put this phone on mute.
Specifically. Even being terrible at what they're doing has still proven to be disastrous for our country. And it is, in part, the posturing and the messaging and the racist vibes from the White House and the president. That is stuff that validates and excites the worst bigots in the country, and that is consequential. But it's more than that, too. We are now about 16 months into what has been from day one a concerted and intense targeting of black Americans, specifically by this president and by this administration. On his first full day in office, he proclaims war on diversity efforts, not only in government, but in any institution in the country over which he can exert leverage, everything from schools and universities to law firms to private businesses of every stripe. He then immediately started firing some of the highest profile black public officials in the whole U.S. government, seemingly regardless of any other thing about them. I mean, right away, we get the firing of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Charles C.Q. Brown. We get the firing of the Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden. And then it's Gwynne Wilcox from the National Labor Relations Board. And then it's Robert Primus, the chair of the Surface Transportation Board. And then it's Alvin Brown from the NTSB. And then it's Peggy Carr, the head of the National Center for Education Statistics. And then it's Willie Phillips from FERC, from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And then it's Lisa Cook from the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, and on and on and on. When Trump and his top political donor, Elon Musk, then started just lopping off huge swaths of the federal government to disastrous practical effect, the largest and most egregious cuts targeted federal agencies that employed a disproportionate number of black employees. Reporter Erica Green wrote about this a few months ago for The Times, noting that nothing had moved backwards in the federal government for black Americans this quickly or this far in over 100 years. Since Woodrow Wilson came in 1912 and resegregated the federal workforce. Quote, black employees were fired or demoted to lower-level jobs, relegated to separate and inferior lunchrooms and other facilities, and accused of making white women feel unsafe. Those who remained were humiliated. A black worker in the Postal Service was surrounded by screens, so white workers would not have to look at him. Another employee had a cage built around him to separate him from his white counterparts. A clerk in the Treasury Secretary's office was assigned to rewrite all correspondence to address black employees by their first names. The way Trump addressed the Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden, by her first name when he crowed publicly about firing her for no reason. In the year of our Lord, 2025, and now 2026, this president and this administration is not just inheriting that history from the Wilson administration, it's furthering it in its own ways. Since 1965, there has been an executive order in effect. It was signed by Lyndon Johnson, 1965. Since 1965, all federal contractors have been banned by executive order from discriminating on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or national origin. Donald Trump rescinded that 1965 rule on his first full day in office.
Now, mate, you speak of going back in time. Now you see why we have to go back, because those who don't know history is doomed to repeat it. May. Hey there, Prism. Thank you so very much for the super chat up in the clouds. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And HT Baldwin, how you doing there? How you doing, good brother? We don't need to talk about Teddy Roosevelt right now. Well, he's not a part of the conversation. Trump is. And those people, I don't ever remember Teddy Roosevelt having too much to do when it came to stopping black folks from doing anything. So why are we talking about Teddy? Why are we talking about either one of the Roosevelts, Teddy Roosevelt or FDR? Which Roosevelt are you speaking of? Teddy Roosevelt, the Rough Riders, or you talking about Roosevelt and the New Deal? Which one, mate? Oh, you want to talk about the Hillary Clinton super predator comment? Okay, that's a valid point, but we're not talking about her either. She's not in power right now. What's up there, young Reyes? She's not in power right now. So why would her comments be relevant right now? Yes, in fact, Hillary Clinton did call young black men super predators. But one thing Hillary Clinton never did was try to stop these young super predators from voting. Did she? You got to get up pretty early in the morning to outsmart me, May. Pretty early in the morning. Now, let's go back and revisit some of this, May. Listen to this. See that right there? A clerk in the Treasury Secretary office was assigned to rewrite all correspondence addressed black employees by their first name. I guess that's would you consider that prejudice, May? Not to address people by their first name? Or is that downright disrespectful? To only address people by their first name. This is currently going on in the Trump administration. On his first day in office, all this was going on. And so did I, Reyes. I saw this coming in 2016. I did several talks about it on a radio station. Well, hold on just a second. I got something for you. Stay right there. A severe toe hype. You must have stubbed your damn toe coming in here like that. So I'm going to give you something to scream out on the way on out the door. Here, take this with you. Wait a minute.
Abso-fucking-lutely not. No, I'm sorry. Somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working? Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on. Tell this sumbitch to walk the fuck out right now, or we done for the day. Go on. I'm sorry. Somebody trying to talk to me while I'm working? Go.
As you see, I'm not going to tolerate disrespect at all. Don't come in here with it. We can have dialogue. Don't mind that. But you can take your racist quotes and your racist ideology and go find someone that's more suitable for you. Not here. Not here. Well, I don't need to hear. Listen, it seems like I'm spending a lot of time on you, but let me just say this: I'm not a proponent of Lyndon LBJ. Did he do some good things for brown people and people, immigrants and all this other stuff? Did he sign the civil rights bill and all this other stuff? Yes, he did. But there's such a thing called, if I don't do this, all hell gonna break open. Same thing with Lincoln. If I don't do this, all hell gonna break open. Same thing with we go back to George Washington. If I don't do this, all hell gonna break open. What do you say? Invention is the necessity, or whatever that is. So you guys, those guys from time to time have to reinvent themselves. They have to come up with new ways, and this is one of the new ways they came up with. Now you might not like the messenger. You might not like who's saying it, and you might not like where it's coming from. But if you go do your own research, regardless if it came from me, Rachel Maddow, or the guy from across the street, truth stands alone, needs no alibi. So when you can go and find me something to dispute what's going on right here, then we can talk. Other than that, every time you come up with something, I'm going to shoot you down. Bye-bye.
Secretary's office was assigned to rewrite all correspondence to address Black employees by their first names. The way Trump addressed the Librarian of Congress, Carla Hayden, by her first name when he crowed publicly about firing her for no reason. In the year of our Lord, 2025, and now 2026, this president and this administration is not just inheriting that history from the Wilson administration, it's furthering it in its own ways. Since 1965, there has been an executive order in effect. It was signed by Lyndon Johnson, 1965. Since 1965, all federal contractors have been banned by executive order from discriminating on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or national origin. Donald Trump rescinded that 1965 rule on his first full day in office. Less than a month later, Trump announced another rule change. They rescinded Clause 52.222-21 of the Federal Acquisition Regulation, which doesn't sound like much, but I'll tell you what the title of that is. It's Prohibition of Segregated Facilities. That's what Trump rescinded less than 1 month into being back in the White House. That section reads, quote, the contractor agrees that it does not and will not maintain or provide for its employees any segregated facilities at any of its establishments, and that it does not and will not permit its employees to perform their services at any location under its control where segregated facilities are maintained. That anti-segregation clause has been in government contracts for decades. Donald Trump overtly reached out to rescind it.
What you say to that, May? Seems to me that if you're not old enough, you know someone that is, that literally saw that in real life. Donald Trump, in his infinite wisdom, whether you want to call Rachel Maddow a reporter or not, I think she would, with her credentials, I think she would beg to differ with that. But this was every place damn near in the South, you would see this. Bus stations, restaurants, water fountains, all over the South. These signs were literally littered like traffic signs now. White waiting rooms only. My parents grew up in a town that after a certain time of night, you could not drive down this part of town. You had to take this route. Seems that you and I have been around long enough to know that what's on the screen right now is absolutely positively true there. And anyone else, that those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. And Donald Trump has nothing to do with history except for his outright dislike of Black and brown people. That he was willing to go so far as to having segregated lunch counters again. And you want to talk about who's bringing you the message, May, instead of the message itself?
Which means, bluntly, that The federal government no longer explicitly prohibits contractors from having segregated restaurants, waiting rooms, and drinking fountains. Make America great again, right? Recently fired and sidelined employees in the Department of Housing and Urban Development have started sounding the alarm that the Trump administration is no longer, just bluntly no longer enforcing a federal law known as the Fair Housing Act. Fair Housing Act, another pillar of the civil rights movements and its achievements. The Fair Housing Act dates to 1968. It says you can't refuse to rent to someone or refuse to sell a house to someone on account of their race or their color or religion or national origin or any other factor.
Okay, just 1 second. May, you're actually, by quoting Lyndon Johnson, you're making my point for me. When I said those folks, you're making my point for me. By you trying to prove the point that all white folks or all Democrats, you're solidifying the point that there's some people out there, no matter, there are wolves in sheep's clothing. Even LBJ. He only did what he had to do, not what he wanted to do. He had to sign that civil rights bill, May. He didn't want to. The presidency was more important to him than personal freedoms. I can go and get you a whole bunch of quotes from Lyndon Baines Johnson that's unfavorable against black folks. But all you're doing is making my point for me. And no, I don't pick. I think I've answered damn near everything that you've put out there. I think in some small way, other than you being up on the panel, it just seems like it's me and you here having the conversation. Am I wrong, May? I'm not. Never mind. You just go ahead and listen to this, May.
Against which we're supposed to be protected from discrimination. According to current and former employees of the Department of Housing and Urban Development under Donald Trump, they have dropped enforcement of the Federal Housing Act.
Now, May,
in Trump's first year back in office, black unemployment.
Wait a minute, May. Do I need to speak about Donald Trump? Since we need to, or since we like to, you don't talk about this. Let's go back to the 70s. Okay. What was Donald Trump famously sued for in the 1970s? Him and his father. What were they sued for, mate? Not allowing black folks to rent from them. They would go into the Donald Trump establishment or apartment building or house or whatever, and C would be put on that rental application. The C meant what? Colored. You know where that application went once those C folks walked out of the room or out of the rental office? In the military, they call it File 13, the trash can. But this is the same guy that the majority of America put back in power and gave him free reign to do all these things that we're talking about right now, like this.
Employment spiked in this country from 6.2% all the way up to 7.5%, making it the highest of all racial groups. Under Joe Biden, black unemployment had been at a record low of 4.8%, spiking now under Donald Trump. The Trump administration, generally speaking, is bad at its work. It is bad at what it sets its mind to in all sorts of ways. But black Americans, African Americans, have been targeted by this administration in a concerted way that has nevertheless been devastating, even though the Trump administration isn't good at anything they set their mind to. And that was all before the conservative majority on the U.S. Supreme Court, including all of Trump's appointees, voted to effectively end the Voting Rights Act a few days ago. As soon as the court said they would take up that case, people started mapping the worst case scenario for what Trump and the Republicans would do, particularly in the South, if the court gutted the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the crowning achievement of the civil rights movement. And the before and after looks like the snapback after the end of Reconstruction. After this.
Look at that. Look at that, folks. This would be, again, hey, Tiff, tit for tat, how you doing? Good to see you. How's the little one? How's the little one? Look, but this is what I'm talking about here. Look at the when folks say Democrat. Okay, say right now, y'all say every black person votes Democrat. Under the current situation right now, all these blue areas here are Democratic areas. Still overwhelmingly surrounded by Republicans. Now, but this Voting Rights Act gutted. Look at the difference. We went from, we got a few spots out here, y'all. We got some down in Florida. We got some in South there. We got some up there. And we got there. But now look at it, the possible. And this ain't going to be no possible. This ain't no spades hand where you got 4 in the possible. This is actually going on right now. They redistrict the Louisiana, Alabama, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, any place where there's a black stronghold, because white Republicans, and I'll say it this time, May, white Republicans are afraid, especially in this upcoming election, this 2026 midterm election, a lot of them will be replaced, not necessarily by folks with dark skin, but folks who have a completely different outlook at what America is. This is not about color. This is about power. The power to have no taxation without representation. Because look at it. Let's take this back to the good old days, as y'all said, when y'all was starting out and making America great again. Say this part over here is the newly formed the United States of America. The 13 original colonies with this blue right here. Matter of fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That almost matches up. So say this current right here is the 13 original colonies. And y'all was fighting the British. And the British wanted to take you back to this. Could you imagine how much uproar the United States, a white population, would be in? If you got taken back to this? Where you at, mate? Let me go over here and see what you got to say about that. Yes, no, she didn't say the Republicans are underwater. She said Trump is underwater. She didn't say the Republicans, because there are some Republicans that are doing quite well in their districts. But I think all of those Republicans that are under the thumb of Donald Trump, those are the ones that are deeply in trouble. I think Mitch McConnell might be in trouble. I think Lindsey Graham might be in trouble. A whole lot of those Republicans that in 2015, 2013, 2014 hated Trump's guts. But what you got to say about that, mate? What you got to say about that? If this was the 13 original colonies under this current thing right here, this word current, and the British came over and said, we want to take y'all back to this possible right here, what do you think the American public would do? And that's the point, that logical assessment. So all the Republicans are not doing bad, are they? They're absolutely not. All the Republicans are not trying to limit voting rights. It's only a select few, those MAGA Republicans. Those are the ones that I'm talking about. Again, those folks. Welcome in there, logical assessment. Appreciate you stopping through. Let's go. Well, I hope he does retire. I think he's been in too long. You know, me personally, I hope Mitch McConnell and a few of the other Republicans and Democrats that's been there too long. It's time for them to go. I wouldn't let my grandfather just drive down the street and just go driving willy-nilly. There's a point in time to where to use your name there. Logically, Father Time catches up with everybody, and that's just an assessment. I think it's a pretty popular assessment that as we grow older, our mental and physical faculties start to leave us. Well, for someone that's retired and not, he sure has a lot to say. Sure has a lot. I think you underestimate Mitch McConnell there, Logical. I think you're underestimating the power that he still has. And I can give you a prime example of it. I grew up and I live in South Carolina. What Strom Thurmond did to South Carolina, some of the laws that still, the Thurmond laws are still on the books. But let's continue.
Civil War. I mean, look at the state of Louisiana there. A third of the population of Louisiana is black. Louisiana's Republican governor canceled congressional elections that are already underway in that state to rush through new maps that will presumably make sure that even though 1/3 of the population of that state is black, there will be no black representation in Congress for Louisiana at all.
No
South Carolina,
taxation.
a quarter of the population is black. They have one majority-minority district representing.
And folks, again, as much as great as he wanted to be or things that he tried to do, he's getting old too. Jim Clyburn is getting old too. It's time for him to sit down too. He needs to sit down as well, Democrat or Republican. I think everyone that's running these United States of America should be under term limits. 35 to 65. After that, go sit down. It's not that you're incompetent. It's not that you can't do other things, but running the government should not be one of those things on your resume anymore.
By an African-American Democrat, Jim Clyburn. They are going to try to get rid of that one black district so that South Carolina is all white, all Republican in representation, while a quarter of the people who live in that state are black.
And that includes me.
In Tennessee, 1 in 6.
And that includes me. I live here in South Carolina. So basically, because if I pay taxes, if I do everything as a good citizen, I'm not allowed to have an elected official here. I'm not allowed to go to the polls and vote for who I want. Because y'all think that we here in South Carolina will vote for any old black man or any old black woman that throws their hat in the ring. Nope, sorry.
Residents is black. Republicans now want to make sure all 9 congressional seats in Tennessee are white. All 9 of them. They want it to be 9 to nothing, white and Republican, when 1 in 6 people in that state is black. In her dissent from the majority ruling, Justice Elena Kagan said it will likely cause the largest reduction to minority representation since the end of Reconstruction. She probably didn't need to use the word likely there. The war on black Americans that is being waged by this president and this Republican Party is one of the only things they have put their mind to in this.
I understand exactly what you're saying there. Yes, I'm allowed to vote. That has not been taken from me yet. But who am I going to vote for? Any of the folks that's going to be put on the ballot box, are they going to be looking out for my best interest or my family's best interest? That is the point. That's what we're talking about. That's the point. Now, folks will ask me, well, you said you were going to be talking about Clarence Thomas. I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to it. Trust me.
Redraw and we will win. The we will sue part of that strategy is key because Democrats and voting rights groups are also pushing back in the courts wherever they can. As I mentioned at the top of the show, the Republican governor of Louisiana just took the extraordinary step of announcing it was an emergency and stopping an election that was already underway, specifically so his state can draw new maps that favor Republicans and that disfavor black voters in Louisiana. Today, a coalition of voters and voting rights groups sued the governor for stopping those elections after Louisianans had already started to vote. In a statement announcing the lawsuit, they said, by attempting to suspend an ongoing election, state officials are creating confusion, undermining public trust, and placing partisan interests above the constitutional rights of Louisiana voters.
So basically, these folks have stopped an election in the middle to redraw the maps so it would be favorable to Republican candidates. Notice, I didn't say any color Republicans, because there are black Republicans. There are white Republicans. There are Latino Republicans. There are Asian Republicans. The point of the matter is, if I don't want to vote for a Republican, I won't have much choice. And even if I do vote for a Democrat, my vote, well, yes, it will get counted, but it's like spitting in the wind. Let's move on here. Let's move on. Let me take this off the screen. Now, Frontline did a piece on Clarence Thomas. To me, Clarence Thomas is the linchpin to all of what's happening. And like I said at the top, as a young black kid growing up in South Carolina, I can empathize and sympathize with Clarence Thomas, especially because I'm a dark-skinned kid. And I went through the teasings, the African booty scratcher, what y'all call Sotomayor, crispy, or blacker than, as a saying used to go, tall as a tree, black as a crow, talk more shit than a radio. Even in some families down here in the South, there's that thing called colorism. If you have a brighter skinned relative, you tend to get treated differently by your relatives if you're darker skinned. That's not me saying that. That's everybody else saying it. But I think Clarence Thomas took that to a new level. I think this is why Clarence Thomas is so hell-bent on getting his revenge to black people. His mama didn't like him, basically. His daddy didn't like him, basically. His grandfather didn't like him, basically. The black folks around him picked at him, basically, and he took all of that to heart. He balled it up, and just kept that. I think the worst thing that his grandfather did to him, his mother did to him, was sending him to live with his grandfather. Let's go.
Private school tuition for Clarence Thomas's grandnephew.
Amid controversy,
Activist paid Ginni Thomas thousands of dollars.
their histories,
Ginni Thomas grew up with Republican activism.
their influence,
The idea that I won't be told what to think just because of the color of my skin animated Clarence Thomas.
Overturning Roe versus Wade.
Now, Clarence and Ginni Thomas, politics, power, and the Supreme Court.
Some people might call it payback, others might call it the fulfillment of his dreams.
In the days before the 2020 election,
A massive impact on the American judiciary.
a decisive moment,
Clarence Thomas, Amy Coney Barrett. Folks, do you know how big this is? This is huge.
presiding over the ceremony, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas.
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution.
Amy.
I want y'all to understand the significance of this. That should not have been Justice Thomas. That should have been Chief Justice Roberts. It's unusual for an incoming Supreme Court judge to be sworn in by one of the court members, not the head of the Supreme Court. That's why people say now that this is Thomas's court. This was as some people would say in some circles that you might travel in, this was a crowning achievement for Clarence Thomas, to be able to swear in someone that reminded him of his dear Jeannie.
Coney Barrett had chosen Thomas to swear her in.
So help me God.
So help me God.
A sign of transformation inside the High Court.
It's a moment of victory for Clarence Thomas. He's now become the center of the court. And I think he would say he won.
Justice Thomas has developed into one of the leading lights on the court, if not the leading lights. This is why it's often referred to as the Thomas Court now. He really is sort of the ideological and intellectual center of gravity on the court.
Ideological and ideological center of the court. That's important. That is really important right there.
In the front row, Thomas's wife, Ginni.
It was a momentous moment. Ginni Thomas is as good as any, maybe the best embodiment of the American right.
Okay, again, logical. I never said that, this says John Roberts was allowed. I never said that. I said it was unusual. Normally, that particular is reserved for the Chief Justice. Correct me if I'm wrong. To swear in a new justice is usually reserved for the Chief Justice. Correct me if I'm wrong. Logical. You know, people will say likely. No, I don't think. I think Thomas will stay there until he dies, or until he's incapable of doing anything. I don't think retirement is in his future at all, sir. This is his court. And I don't think he's. I only thing that think that's going to snatch it from him is time or death.
Right today. She's a true believer. She has always been on the far right. Her politics are all about this politics of fear and anger. That's Ginni Thomas.
Two powerful conservatives on the court and in politics, pursuing a shared vision.
This duo of Clarence Thomas and Ginni Thomas, they are the it couple of the far right.
Two lives shaped by history.
Segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
Politics.
The American women do not want ERA. They do not want abortion.
And race.
Affirmative action is not equality.
Leaving an indelible mark on America.
The conservative majority overturning Roe versus Wade, the right to choose abortion.
Challenging the use of race in college admissions, which could have an impact on affirmative action.
In a nation freighted with division and upheaval, the Thomases have found their moment.
They are one and the same in how they look at their opponents. It's a war with the.
Now, I want y'all to look at this lady on the screen here. She was one of the instruments in the insurrection. You can agree or disagree what they call it, but there's no doubt about it that Ginni Thomas was one of the leading voices in that so-called Stop the Steal. Clarence Thomas said that him and his wife do not speak about politics at the dinner table. Would any of y'all believe that? After this opening salvo right here, would you believe that these two do not sit down and talk about the events of the political future that shapes America ever since he took over that office? Some folks said that it's not Clarence Thomas that has the power. Some say it's Ginni Thomas that has the power. Well, again, logical. I think is packing the courts the answer? I don't think so. I think if the Supreme Court should be a body that's by itself, but as we can see, it's been infiltrated by folks that think like each other. So packing the courts will only make things worse. No matter the numbers, whether there's 15 seats, 20 seats, or 30 seats, there's still going to be eventually, just in the nature of people, there's always going to be somebody that sides with someone else. So I don't think packing the courts is the answer at all.
The other side.
Now, this right here, folks, what you see on the screen is the brown bag rule. And if you grew up in the South as a dark-skinned girl or a dark-skinned boy, you knew about this brown bag rule. That's part of that colorism that exists in our communities, that brown bag rule.
My earliest memories are those of Pinpoint, Georgia, a life far removed in space and time.
Clarence Thomas's journey to the center of American power began.
He came up poor, very poor, from a marginal community. They talk about marginalized and underrepresented communities. Well, the Geechee dialect speaking, Sea Island dwelling, poor black people of the 1950s, which is when he was coming along, were as marginal, I can imagine, as you could get within the context of American society.
As marginal or marginalized, I think that would have been a better term to use. I grew up in the South. It wasn't that folks down here in the South, regardless of the hue of your skin, if you were Black American or African American or Negro or colored, it wasn't the fact that we chose to be marginalized. We understood that we lived in the South. And anything that you say can and will be used against you in some cases. In your own community and outside of your community. Being dark-skinned in the South in the 50s, 60s, 70s wasn't easy. You had to have intestinal fortitude. You had to adopt the adage of sticks and stones will not break my bones. You can call me what you want, but that's not who I am. Clarence Thomas didn't get over that. Pinpoint, Georgia.
In 1955, my brother and I went to live with my mother in Savannah. We lived in one room in a tenement. We shared a kitchen with other tenants, and we had a common bathroom in the backyard, which was unworkable and unusable. It was hard, but it was all we had and all there was.
His father left early and moved away. His mother was a single mother. His mother married many times. He didn't have a relationship with any of, not his biological dad or any that came afterwards.
His mom has talked to me about how that was a very bleak period of her life when she had to do, but she said, but I had to do what I had to do.
Desperate, Clarence's mother, Leola Williams, gave up the boys, sending them to live at their grandfather's house.
Clarence had been rescued from a life of poverty and ended up in a house that had a toilet, running water, and his ability to go to school every day.
But life with his grandfather, Myers Anderson, had its own challenges.
He was tough. He was hard. I don't think empathy might have been his strongest point.
I interviewed Clarence.
No, these voices that you just heard, these are people that actually, either one in one particular was a childhood friend, another one was a girlfriend. So who would know the real Clarence Thomas other than these folks? But if you notice anything about Clarence Thomas's friends, let's see if anybody picks it up.
Clarence Thomas's mother, she described that the grandfather would lock Clarence Thomas and his little brother in the hall closet and not let them out for punishment. And he also whipped them with a belt quite routinely.
His grandfather beat the two boys quite often, whenever it was that they didn't do something fast enough or well enough. He was physically, mentally, verbally abusive to both of the boys. Probably the unhappiest that he's ever been in his life was the time that he spent in his grandfather's house.
Things weren't much easier for Clarence out in segregated Savannah.
Savannah would have been divided on racial lines. And when I say that, don't just think that I'm talking white, black. We had racial divides among the black community.
They had the brown bag rule. Your complexion is either equal to the brown bag or lighter. Anything darker, it was ridiculed or derogated in some way.
Well, see, this is the point that I'm making logical. This is why I do streams like this. When I might know, somebody might not know. You could do a stream and you might be able to tell me something that I don't know. Now, I grew up, I've been aware of this brown bag rule since God and creation. This was something that we lived with as dark skin. All of my brothers and sisters are dark skinned. I have a few cousins that are on the brighter side of things. But we all understood that when we went out to these little things like that, we saw the brighter kids with themselves, and we saw the darker kids with themselves. Yes, when in high school, and especially elementary school, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, I got more assaults from people that looked like me, that were supposed to be black like me, than I did from white kids, to be quite honest with you. So again, I empathize with Clarence Thomas and I sympathize with him, but the path is the same. How do I say this? Let me use another analogy here. We hear all these great people saying about, the tragic life that they grew up in. Not having enough to eat, or the mothers having to go to take on 3, 4, 5 jobs. Pop's not there. But none of them took the route of Clarence Thomas. He could have been a beacon for those marginalized folks down there in Savannah and for those single mothers. I don't think he chose that route.
Thomas wrote about it in his autobiography.
Most of the insults aimed at me had to do with the darkness of my skin, the flatness of my nose, the kinkiness of my hair, and the way I talked. Such racial slurs stung all the more for having come from my own people.
The issues of class and race have always been at the heart of how Thomas has seen himself. That's the prism through which he sees his own life. And at every turn, there is a racial dimension to his life that he talks about.
Clarence was, frankly, never comfortable around the black people in Georgia. Clarence had been ridiculed by the children in that area around Pinpoint, and he was nicknamed ABC for America's Blackest Child.
And if you don't think that stung, folks, there was a song out by the Jackson 5, ABC. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. That fella blacker than me. ABC. What ABC mean? America's black child, blackest child. I'm not sure. Candy Cane. I didn't think about that, but that could be. If we look at it from the YouTube side of things, we could put John Galt in this category, couldn't we? Because to hear that guy talk, he hates black. He hates his own self. That's a good observation there, though, Candy Cane. You never heard that before? Well, unfortunately, down here in the South, it rings true. It rings true. It does. ABC.
So, from an early age, Clarence really felt estranged, I think, from his entire community.
The resentment and anger that can provoke within the darker skinned and blacker individuals also not so pretty. It's a psychologically debilitating aspect of African American experience, this kind of class, color, prejudice that operates amongst Black Americans.
Those eyes right there could be the eyes of any Black male child that grew up in the 60s, 70s, almost up into the 80s, in any part of the rural South. That could be me. That could be my brothers. That could be any one of us. The dark skin. My nose ain't that big. Though. Ain't that wide like that. Yeah, suck up Peru right there with that big ass nose. But those are the kind of jokes that we were privy to growing up dark skinned in the South. Not only from brighter skinned folks, but folks who were just as dark as you. Because I remember several times saying, man, you just as black as me. What you talking about? Skillet? Do y'all know where that name came from? Skillet? Skillet is a derogatory term, but some folks just like the hard or the hard R. Oh, we just took it over. Skillet. You ever go see a skillet? It's usually dark black and rusty when you leave water on it. I'm gonna start calling you skillet. Why? Because you black and rusty. That's where that came from. Sometimes those eyes right there in Miss Mason class, in Miss Guthrie's class, in Miss Crosby's class, those eyes would have tears in it by the end of the class, being picked at. Spit, what you call them spit things shot at you. I remember, this is a straight truth. I can speak about this because firsthand experience. I had one of those spitballs from somebody up close, shot it in my ear, that stayed there for weeks. Because somebody decided that I was just a dark-skinned kid in the class that day to be picked at. That's right. Who taught you to hate yourself? There's a song by the Curtis Mayfield and the Impressions. Who taught you to hate your black preacher? Who taught you to love your white preacher? Do you have respect for the other brother's man? And do you care for kin folks, skin folks, not of kin? We've been singing about this. We've been talking about this since the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. So again, I don't know, May, if you're in here, but those who don't know history is doomed to repeat it. And here's a classic case of Clarence Thomas revisiting this history through revenge. I'm going to fix y'all for teasing me. I'm going to fix you, grandfather, for locking me in them closets. No, No.
I guess the thing I remember most about Clarence is him as an altar boy. Whenever father needed to find altar boys, all my classmates and all would hide. Clarence would volunteer.
He had a grandfather who was a devout Catholic and wanted him to have the Catholic experience.
His grandfather paid $20 a year for Clarence to attend St. Benedict's School.
Our teachers the nuns were called the nuns in Savannah.
Indeed, that's what they were called. Any teacher that had a liking to black students, that's what they were called. Any teacher in the South that had a liking to black teachers, to black students, were called the N-word teachers. The worst thing down in the South that you could call a white woman is an N lover. You can call her the C word, you can call her the B word, but if you call her the N lover word, oh my God.
In other words, they were assigned to educate black kids.
Whatever our circumstances, the nuns treated us all with respect and insisted that we do our best, though some of them insisted harder than others.
One of the nuns paid special attention to Clarence.
Sister Mary Virgilius, my 8th grade teacher, took a no-nonsense, high expectations approach to teaching, which may be why she got the most out of me.
I think his nurturing came from them because it wasn't coming from his immediate family.
Crucial. His nurturing came from someone that did not look like him, so it was easy to have that cognitive dissonance a little bit later on in his life. It didn't bother him to step away completely from Black America because Black America shitted on Clarence Thomas his entire life. Wow. Small world then, huh, L. Bookie? My favorite teacher was Miss Crosby, Miss Brailsford. Miss Brailsford paid special attention to me and my brothers and sisters. Why? Because every year, I've got 9 other brothers and sisters, so every year she was getting one of us in her class. So she paid special attention to my family because she knew come next year, she was going to have another one of us in her class. She made sure that if we acted up, that mom or pops was going to find out about it.
I don't think he had the nurturing of parents and whatever we would normally get, and the nuns and the priests provided that for him.
The Catholic Church can be a refuge from everything else that's going on in your life. I wanted to be a nun before I hit puberty. And so it was.
Said I wasn't having none of that after that. she hit puberty. None. Hell no.
Not surprising to me that he would want to go into the seminary.
Clarence excelled at the school, and before long, the nuns began to tout him as a role model.
The nuns, that's all they talked about. Clarence Thomas is going to be our first black priest in Savannah, and you should really admire him for that, young boys and young girls.
And that would get you picked on more. If a teacher singled you out, especially being dark-skinned, that got you picked on more. ABC, now you're the teacher's pet. Ya's a boss. They were still using the term incorrectly, but I guarantee you, at some point in his young life, Clarence Thomas, this man that's sitting in front of you, was called Uncle Tom. Not realizing that it was paying him a compliment, because Uncle Tom was not the villain. Sambo was. And this just goes to show you, if you don't know, ignorance is bliss. Some of us still walk around using the term Uncle Tom when it refers to black people who step out of, I guess the best way to say this, to stop acting like they're black. Yes, I have. I've heard of them.
He is hard driving and ambitious and very hardworking. He's trying to prove himself. You can sort of see in him from this early period that it's kind of like, I'll show them. And I don't care if you reject me.
I'll show them. I don't care if you reject me. I don't care. Y'all can call me out my name all you want to. But I know one thing for sure, when I'm old enough, I remember watching the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Immaculate Conception game with my uncle, very young boy then. But I had made up my mind at that point in time, when I saw that United States Marine Corps commercial, that was my way out of this shit that I was living in. That was my way to go see what the rest of the world had to offer me.
Make it anyway, and I'll show you.
Now, folks, before we go any further, hey there, Brownie, how you doing? How you doing? Before we go any further, you have to ask yourself, when you look back at the upbringing of Clarence Thomas, how did him and Ginni Thomas become one? Do you see these two worlds ever colliding, except if it not been for some folks want to call it, as they called it, divine intervention. That's what they called it, not me. They called it divine intervention, that there was Ginni Thomas at this time, wasn't his wife or his girlfriend, that they decided this. Look at the upbringing. Look at the vast different upbringings.
If Clarence Thomas struggled in the segregated South, in the middle of America, his future wife, Jenny Lamp, was living a seemingly picture-perfect life.
The thing about the Midwest is that the largest feature of the landscape is the sky. There's like over 180 degrees of sky. I suppose a long vista gives you a sense that there's something beyond, there's something more out there.
Leave it to Beaver.
Beaver, what's the matter with your eye? Which eye, Mom?
I remember watching Leave It to Beaver and thinking as a child, well, that's my neighborhood. That's where I'm growing up.
Imagine growing up in the South and watching Leave It to Beaver on your TV every day, asking and finding out that American dream really doesn't exist for you. We was watching Leave It to Beaver on the TV screen. But when we got outside those doors, it was a completely different thing.
The kind of American dream locale in the 1960s and early 70s.
Kurt Anderson grew up across the street from Ginni.
Where we lived was this prosperous, all-white neighborhood, except for the housekeepers and cleaners. It was easy to go for days, weeks, months, forever without seeing black people, frankly, is what it was.
She came from within almost a walled bastion,
Scott Bainge was her high school boyfriend.
There was no exposure in her life to somebody who was a high school kid and drank, or smoked weed, or did all those things that I thought were normal and high school kids did. She was a pretty good little girl.
She was just kind of a non-exceptional, middle of the pack girl in these giant classes of 750 people.
She was involved in things like pep club. And then she became something they called warrior woman. She would lead the marching band and all these, people carrying pennants and whatnot.
But at home, there was something underneath the everyday suburban veneer.
She's the youngest child of a very prosperous real estate developer. Her mom was a homemaker and political activist. They were leading what looked outwardly like an idyllic suburban lifestyle.
I've heard Ginni Thomas say that she was sort of the mistake child, that she was born a lot later, so her parents were very politically engaged. They thought they were done having children, and then comes along Ginni. They would take her to these Republican rallies, and so she grew up with Republican activism, and obviously it took.
It was a Republican activism beyond the norm, even in conservative Omaha.
I first became familiar with the Lamps from my parents talking about them as what they called black hats. That was their phrase for extreme, far-right, John Birchie Republicans.
The Lamps were immersed in a growing culture of right-wing fear-mongering.
Again, folks, the stark contrast of how these two vastly different people grew up. But one thing they do have in common, and you'll see that it comes to a little bit differently. Both of them grew up with parents that ruled them.
Like this film from supporters of presidential candidate Barry Goldwater.
Our streets are not safe. Immorality begins to flourish. Violence pits American against American. We don't want this.
It's there in this film. Shots of the city, of newsstands with pornography on it, and fast cars, and kids doing the twist and topless dancing, and the whole realm of cultural, boogeymen.
Demoralization, chaos. This is the change, the other America that the people slowly wake up to. In the streets, the mob. Mobocracy.
Now ask yourself, the life that you saw just now is what Clarence Thomas saw every day growing up in Savannah. Jeannie Lamb was not exposed to that. The only place that she was exposed to that was on TV. So I asked myself again, how did these two end up being married?
As Ginni was growing up, the conflicts of the 1960s were being broadcast on television.
And I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
There you are, a preteen, and you're a sponge, right?
Was in a march this morning to the county courthouse at Selma, Alabama.
Television had really expanded.
The whole black nation has to be put together as a black army.
Everything came right into your living room, so to speak, every night.
In response, the Lamps were drawn to the John Birch Society.
The civil rights movement, as we know it today, is simply part of a worldwide movement organized and directed by communists to enslave all mankind.
This is how she grew up, folks. So I asked myself again, how, with this type background that she grew up under, that she was found the arms of Clarence Thomas. Nothing about her background says that I'm going to ever be involved with black people on any kind of level, much less a romantic level. I don't get it either, that Black Hawk. I really don't get it. I'm under the James Brown mantra, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, regardless of the hue of my skin. I am who I am. I can't change that. I can change my attitude. I can change my location. I can change my socks. I can change my underwear, but I can't change my skin color.
The John Birch Society became a code word for very far out there right-wing beliefs and activities.
And again, but let's look at today's MAGA today. And when you folks have some time, go back and look at the John Birch Society and see if you do not see similarities. Go ahead.
Their objective is not communist conquest, it's anarchy. Breakdown of law and order, helplessness.
For young Ginni, it left an impression.
Circling communist might.
You can see so many echoes in the John Birch Society of what became QAnon and other sort of far-right radical conspiracy theories. And this was a very sort of black and white point of view that made politics into war. That was the kind of the mindset that Ginni Lamp grew up in.
Politics is war. That's how she grew up.
In Gullah, the name of this poem is Dem Fo Gals, okay? God stick by you, chillin'. You got much a good thing, fling bout.
As a child, Clarence had grown up speaking the language of the enslaved people of Georgia.
It's called Gullah Geechee.
And when we greeted people, we say, how una datu.
We used to call it Pidgin English, but I think it was a French flavor to it.
Down here, they call it Pig Latin. They tried to actually, if you guys go back to what, I think the 90s, where they tried that Ebonics shit, they was mocking the Geechee Gullah language. I'm from South Carolina, but when y'all hear me speak, do y'all hear that? Do y'all hear me speaking the Geechee Gullah language? There's no need for me to speak it. But when I'm around some of my relatives, especially those that never left Charleston and speak and live in some parts of Georgia and South Carolina and the Virginias, they speak that language. They don't say children, they say yenna. Yenna, come here. Where y'all for going? Or for trude? They don't say orange, they say orange. But some people will take that as being low educated. But you have to understand something. You can't be much more educated than these Geechee Gullah people. Not only did they take a language that they were unfamiliar with, they turned it into a language that was uniquely to them. The slave masters didn't understand it. The overseers didn't understand it. They could speak openly to each other, and it just sounds like gibberish to them. It sounds uneducated to them. Now, when Clarence Thomas gets into the seminary, once they find out that he is from Georgia, Pinpoint, Georgia, oh, you just one of them Geechee fellas, ain't you? That's another sting for Thomas.
As one of only 2 black students attending a high school seminary, the vestiges of that dialect made him a target of ridicule.
Not only does it remind everybody around him that he's different, it also reminds them that he's of a lower caste. It has to be monumental for him.
Father Coleman told me matter-of-factly that I didn't speak standard English and that I would have to learn how to talk properly if I didn't want to be thought inferior. His blunt words hit me like a slap in the face.
And instead of using it to inspire you, there, Justice Thomas, you used it as vitriol. Instead of you stand up being proud of who you are and what you are, you allowed some person to tell you that you were less than that, because you do not speak that way now. There's absolutely no way that if you can go back all the way to the hearings when you first became confirmed to the way you speak now, that you can tell me that you speak the same dialect that you did growing up, because you don't. The folks that live in Savannah have a certain Geechee dialect to them. The folks that live in Charleston have a certain Geechee dialect to them. You can there's two people that you can spot off right away. White folks that are from Charleston, South Carolina, and black folks that are from Charleston, South Carolina, because they have a distinct speaking sound to them. And why is that? Why is that? Why do people think that? Why do white folks from South Carolina kind of sound like black folks? Because we took care of y'all asses. We raised you. Not only during times of slavery. You just heard Ginni Thomas say the only folks that grew up around them, the only people, black people that were around them were maids, butlers, and service people. That's where these folks that they sent Clarence Thomas off to, that's how they saw him. So I ask again, how did Ginni Thomas end up with Clarence Thomas?
That moment stuck with him for the rest of his life.
Clarence, when he got really relaxed, would revert to some of those.
I appreciate you there, a logical assessment. I do appreciate that. You came over and you lived up to your name. You were quite logical, sir. I appreciate the dialogue, and I appreciate the conversation. Come on back. Like, share, and subscribe if you would like to. If not, I really do appreciate you. Anytime I'm live and you want to have conversation, please feel to drop on through.
Ways of phrasing and that accent. But he was always extremely conscious of how he pronounced words because he had been forced to do that.
When the justice was on the high court, he was famous for not speaking during oral argument. And one of the explanations he would offer for that was because he was embarrassed about how he talked, even though that was so far in the past that no one who knows the present-day Clarence Thomas would think that that would be a concern of his, but it indeed was.
His days living in the white seminary shaped him in other ways, too.
He was in a dormitory living on that campus, so it had to be tough. You know, when somebody says something derogatory to you in that environment, you got to deal with it because you're there 24/7.
At night before.
In a nice way, he's saying he's outnumbered, he's outgunned, so you just got to suck it up. The only black kid at this, one of two black kids at this seminary. Could you imagine the hell that they caught? Seems to me, Judge Thomas, you turned your anger on the wrong people.
He'd go to sleep now and then, you know, there'd be a laughter in the room and someone would say, "Clarence, smile so we can see you," that kind of thing.
When they put the lights out at night, his peers would shout like for hours at night, keep him up.
After he entered the major seminary, one event would become a turning point.
I have some very sad news for all of you and people who love peace all over the world. And that is that Martin Luther King was shot and was killed tonight in Memphis.
After Martin Luther King is assassinated, that day he hears his fellow seminarians say, "Good, I hope the SOB dies." You know, it's crushing to him. It's absolutely crushing.
Our hero is murdered, and you're dancing on his grave, so to speak. These are not my people, the people who would dance on his grave. What am I doing with them? Where am I? Who am I? This kind of thing. You begin to ask yourself, what am I buying into here?
I tore off the beliefs I had learned from the nuns. I knew what was wrong, who to blame for it, and what to do about it. I was an angry black man.
He said it himself. And Candy Cane, absolutely right. These were supposed to be Christians. That when that man would lay down at night, at this time, young man would lay down at night, turn the lights off, and all he was hearing is racial epithets emanating, not knowing where it came from. But he just knew that the people around him didn't like him. So again, I'll ask you, Justice Thomas, why wasn't this vitriol turned on them?
That seminary was too much for him. He had to leave. It was heart-wrenching. Not only did he lead the religion that sustained him, but he was also living there. And so he had to go back to this household where he was treated like a dog.
Had to be tremendously.
And I ask, what's the difference? Bad people are bad people, regardless of whether they're in your family or they're outside of your family. What is the difference of being ridiculed? I guess the only difference is where it comes from. And sometimes you have to bite the bullet and understand that the grass ain't greener. A lot of black people that grew up in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they could have a legitimate reason to say, I don't want to be around folks that look like me. I don't want to be next to them folks because all they do is talk shit about me. And I'm going to go find me a different family, some folks that don't look like me. And when I find that family, the so-called Catholic religion, they're just as bad. I leave them. I don't have any hate for them. But I sure have hate that I had to go back here to these people that look like me. What's strange is you joined a black militant unit. Let's go.
Painstaking. You're going to disappoint so many people. Your grandfather, the black community, the black Catholic community in Savannah. All these people are looking for you to be the first black priest.
Pressure.
The grandfather's saying, what? You're leaving the seminary. You know, you're out of my house. I'm cutting you off. You're not going to be supported. And again, Thomas is abandoned, right? He's left alone. He's left to fend for himself.
I'm finished helping you, he said. You'll have to figure it out yourself. You'll probably end up like your no-good daddy or those other no-good pinpoint Negroes.
Instead of the grandfather being sympathetic and compassionate and loving and hugging him and saying, I love you no matter what, or whatever a normal person would do.
Perfect timing, Candy Cane, because I'm sure that's exactly what he's feeling. His family was supposed to love him first. Black people were supposed to be the community. He probably finds more fault with those ones. I would imagine so. I think so. I think that's the sticking point. To me, and this might sound a little bit offhandish a little bit, but I expect that from some white folks. I expect some white folks not to like me just based on who and what I am. I expect that. But what I don't expect is to go into, say, a room full of black folks and be picked at because I'm dark skinned. What I don't expect is to come back home to my family and look for a little bit of solace from that world that I was out there and to be shitted on even further. And you ain't gonna be no good. You're gonna be just like your damn daddy. Ain't shit. You never will be. You'll always amount up to nothing. I can see how that resentment and anger would continue to build up in you. I can see it.
He excoriated him and told him that he was a failure and expressed his dire disappointment.
Over the years.
Yep, Black Hawk, that's exactly what he was. Damn, he says, damn, Grandpa was a hardcore yassa boss and ass ninja. Yes, he was. Because that's what he was pretty much, without any words, he was saying, you get a chance to be around good folks and you mess it up. I paid my good money every month to make sure you got in with the right crowd. And here you are, couldn't even hack it. All because they called you a few names. You ain't gonna be shit just like your mama, just like your daddy. Get in the closet. Close the door.
Thomas would downplay this image of his grandfather and express admiration for the man who gave him a home as a child.
I mean, the grandfather is in the title of his autobiography, My Grandfather's Son. That's how he thought of himself. But the picture that he paints in that book is completely the opposite of how Clarence described his grandfather to me.
And what reason would she have to lie? None. Here we go. So he goes to the white seminary. Didn't work out there. Changes his names to Clarence X. He's going to become a radical. Watch.
So, my thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there.
One day, I turned on the radio while making my sandwich. I heard that Bobby Kennedy had been shot.
Oh, my God. Senator Kennedy has been shot.
I fell to my knees and burst into tears.
That's it, Raper. Get it. Get the gun, Raper. Okay, now hold on to the guy. Hold on.
I felt the blind, self-destructive rage that haunted so many of the people I knew.
The crowd is running, and the police are chasing them into Jackson, into Grant Park.
Surely the time for politeness and nonviolent protest was over. Look what it had done for Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy.
We aren't going to put up with their nonsense, with their irrationality, with their murder any longer.
The more injustice I saw, the angrier I became.
We're going to shoot the cops who are shooting our black brothers in the back in this country. That's where we're going.
And the angrier I became, the more injustice I saw.
So what happened? How did you go from seeing this to knowing that the reason why those folks was out there beating black folks with billy clubs, shooting them with water cannons, putting dogs on them, was to stop them from being just average American citizens, Justice Thomas? And to go back to this particular statement here, Clarence Thomas's grandfather would have been probably, I have some siblings that are older than me, but Clarence Thomas' grandfather would have probably been in the same era of my grandfather. My grandfather was a hard man. I rarely saw him smile. I can tell you all of my siblings, all of us have one thing in common. We can all remember the time that we saw collectively our grandfather laugh with us. He was a stern man, but one thing for sure, he was a fair man. And even during the time of the 70s, in the 60s and the 70s, they never referred to him by his name. They gave him a title. They bestowed him a title. Of course, I'm not going to use my surname, but it was always man. It was unusual for the amount of respect that I saw my grandfather have amongst white folks.
And the more I read about the Black Power movement, the more I wanted to be a part of it.
Lasima Tusinda Bila Shaka, which means we shall conquer without a doubt.
Black power.
Now Clarence Thomas, budding campus radical, would pursue his education elsewhere. He received a scholarship to a private college in Massachusetts.
At the point when Clarence Thomas got into Holy Cross, the school was actually actively looking for black students. The president of Holy Cross, Johnny Brooks, who set up this program, described it as affirmative action. That's what opened the doors for him.
Holy Cross, Catholic, all male, more than 2,000 white students, 27 black students, many of them as frustrated as Clarence was.
No, I was pissed off. I had evolved from being hopeful to being pissed off. A lot of young people in America was pissed off, and they weren't seeking a reconciliation, okay? They're seeking a coup, change the whole thing.
We all involved in it. I was involved in the protests. He was, literally everybody who went up there. And we, those of us from the South, we were right there with them saying, yeah, man, we want to push.
He definitely was inspired by the Black Panthers. He dressed like them, he talked like them. He had a beret, he had army fatigues, and he had the army boots.
He wore an afro.
You have to ask yourself, what happened to that Clarence Thomas right there? What happened to him?
He was out there with everyone else. I think it was positive because he had a group. He wasn't alone now. And he became part of his group.
I don't know if he had a well-formed political philosophy before he got to Holy Cross. Maybe he was simply going along. But the years, 1968, 1969, gosh, I was there. And the forces of conformity to a sense of outraged fury, resistance, the throwing off of oppression by any means necessary. It was very seductive, it was very compelling to many, many people.
What you say that Black and Proud, you think he was an infiltrator? You think that's why he hated the fact that folks said that he benefited from affirmative action? Because Holy Cross admitted out loud that, yes, we are seeking black students. Maybe he took that the wrong way. I don't know. I wish I could dive into completely into the mind. I was quite, as I'm doing my research on Clarence Thomas, folks, I was quite confused about him. On some hands, I was empathetic and sympathetic to him, and in other times, I was quite taken aback. Especially right now, I'm quite taken aback to see him with around all these brothers under a noble cause and to turn out the way he has now.
Among whom was Clarence Thomas.
And he had a hero, Malcolm X.
We want freedom by any means necessary. We want justice by any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary.
He had a poster of Malcolm X in his dorm room.
Justice Thomas boasted at one point he had read all of his speeches. And he said at one time he could quote you some of them by heart. I mean, so he really did pay attention to Malcolm X.
We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights.
Clarence Thomas's activism culminated in his junior year, as protests broke out 40 miles away in Harvard Square.
An estimated 2,000 radical students from the greater Boston area decided to march to Cambridge and continue demonstrating.
We drank our way to Harvard Square, where our disorderly parade deteriorated into a full-scale riot.
The demonstration then turned into the most extreme civil disorder in Cambridge history. 4,000 1,000 students against 2,000 police.
The police fired rounds of tear gas into the crowd. But that didn't deter us, and we kept on rioting well into the night. I got back to campus at 4 in the morning, horrified by what I'd just done.
All over the United States yesterday, there were anti-war protests, most of them peaceful. One was not at Harvard University last night.
Nearly 200 people were injured. 40 students were arrested.
I had let myself be swept up by an angry mob for no good reason, other than that I too was angry.
It's certainly something he talks about a lot. Here I am in Harvard Square and like this mini riot. Like, what am I doing here, right? What am I doing?
He was conflicted about what he'd done, who he was, what he stood for.
I don't think anything about Clarence Thomas is simple. I mean, he's a bundle of contradictions, and it seems like there's just always so much inner tension within him. Yes, he was radical like his peers, but not as radical. And he broke with them in various ways.
And it seems to me that El Boogie, sometimes, have you seen this before? Because you say you're not confused and empathetic. And you can see now that some people aren't confused either. The confusion lies within this man. I can understand some of his views. I can understand why he would be upset at some things, but I don't see how he could go from this extreme to that extreme. Seems to me Clarence Thomas was always looking for a place to belong to. And each time that he looked for some place to fit into, he didn't fit in. Maybe because of his beliefs. In some cases, maybe it was because of his background, maybe because he was embarrassed of how he grew up. Maybe it was because of his father abandoned him. Maybe it's because of his mother shipped him off to somewhere. Maybe it was because of his grandfather. There's a whole lot of determining factors to who this man that we see on the screen now is.
And he's always breaking with whatever the dominant political trope is. He says, he's always talking about how he's not going to do what's fashionable. He wants to be different.
He set about remaking himself. Gone was the Black Panther uniform.
Gone.
Proving his grandfather wrong, he excelled at school, graduating near the top of his class. And the next day, he married his college girlfriend, Kathy Ambush.
I asked him, why did you marry her? And he said, because she was the first woman who was nice to me. He always...
Wow, where have we heard that before? Where have we heard that before? Grab the first woman that's nice to you. Not that I was in love with her, not because I cared for her deeply, not that I wanted to spend a life with her. She was the first woman that was nice to me. Maybe we heard that before.
Always had a problem with women. He regarded himself as not attractive at all. He regarded women as being pretty mean to him or indifferent to him. And this was the first woman who did not show that. So he married her.
I would like to thank my husband, Fred, for letting me come today. I love to say that because it irritates the women's livers more than anything that I say.
Phyllis Schlafly was a colorful, dynamic, anti-feminist, right-wing reactionary.
Absolutely.
As Ginni Lamp was growing up,
he was red pill before it was red pill there, Candy Cane. Let's see, Shar says, a lot of trauma that never let up. After not things working out with his wife, he ended up taking a different direction and never looked back. You're absolutely right. He never looked back. It's the beginning of the red pill. Didn't have quite a name for it yet, but we now know where it evolved from. Clarence Thomas. He the real godfather.
Phyllis Schlafly was a role model. Her mother, Marjorie, was a prominent member of Schlafly's group.
The American women do not want ERA. They do not want abortion. They do not want lesbian privileges. And they do not want universal child care in the hands of the government.
What she saw in Phyllis Schlafly and her mom was no excuses. You don't need affirmative action. You don't need women's kind of special accommodations. You make your own fate, you create your own path, and you lean in. It doesn't have to be the liberal way. You can also do it the Republican way.
They were waging a battle against the ERA, Equal Rights Amendment.
This one woman, Schlafly, pretty much single-handedly stopped a whole movement and killed the Equal Rights Amendment. It really was an example of what you could do as a conservative woman leading a crusade.
And we can build.
Well, we got the red pillars. Now we got the original pick-me. We got the original male-identified woman right here on the screen. I think that would be just pearly things. Sure. Again, those who don't know history is doomed to repeat it.
Build this into a mighty movement that can set America on the right path. Then conquer we must for our cause.
Yeah, she looked like just pearly things right there, don't she? They kind of look alike, except for the hair color different. They look the same. Look.
It is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust. Ginni's inspired. She wants to go into politics. She wants to go to law school. She wants to be like this and like her mom.
Ginni watched as her mom ran for the state legislature and wrote dozens of letters to the editor of the local newspaper.
Aren't you all getting sick and tired of the news media and liberals taking off in all directions to persecute Republicans, particularly President Nixon and Vice President Agnew? Mrs. Donald G. Lamp.
By 12, Ginni was writing her own letters.
I am 12 years old, but I don't understand why they can ban all products with cyclamates in them when they aren't even sure they cause cancer. Why don't they ban cigarettes? They know cigarettes cause cancer. Ginni Lamp.
She would become a page at the Republican Women's Conference.
To you, the great silent majority.
Following her mom to see Richard Nixon.
Of my fellow Americans, I ask for your support.
Instead of, as so many teenagers do, faced with that at that time, reject it and go get high and wear jeans and tell their parents to get out of here, she obviously embraced it and kept embracing it and never stopped embracing it. It's simply saying, yes, Mom and Dad, I'm just like you and I'm proud to be just like you.
Total opposites. Total opposites. Yes, Mom and Dad, I'm going to be just like you. Or, you know, my grandfather, my mama didn't want me. My daddy didn't want me. And it goes back to this statement. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where is it at? Where was it at? That one right there. That white woman validated and filled that hole that was in it. I think that's it right there. Validated everything about him. Told him, yeah, you are good. Yeah, you are smart. Yeah, you can be somebody. But you got to start thinking like me.
In many families, you don't talk about politics at the dinner table, right? But that was important to her parents. And it leads to that manichaeistic view between good and evil. And if you look at things in terms of good and evil, you end up angry, you're bitter, you don't accept defeats. And so it takes you to a really dark place when politics is your focus.
After Holy Cross, Clarence Thomas was off to a very different world once again, Yale Law School. It was a chance to leave Pinpoint far behind, defy his grandfather's prophecy, and get positioned to make real money.
We know
Let me ask y'all-
what the reputation of Yale
Let me
is.
ask y'all something. Do you think Clarence Thomas became this person that he is because of or in spite of his grandfather? Seems to me he became this person in spite of his grandfather. I don't think his grandfather, to me, was the inspiration. Well, not the inspiration that we're looking for to cause someone to do something. I think he was the catalyst to say, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show all you, and I'm going to go ahead and use the word, if y'all don't mind, just one time. I'm going to show all y'all loose niggas in Pinpoint, Georgia, and I'm going to be somebody. I'm going to be better than y'all. And when I do, I'm going to remind you of it.
You got a network of folks in all walks of life in the legal community, and all you got to say is, man, I'm a Yale alum, and bam, you got a job. That was our perception.
He had thought, well, you know what? I just go make me a bunch of money, maybe go to New York and be a lawyer.
He and Kathy moved into married student housing. They made a connection with their neighbor.
We were both in married student housing. He set up his study room.
Ooh, who is that right there, folks? When he a part of Trump's cabinet, so he's known Clarence Thomas a long time. Even when he was married to a black woman, he knew Clarence Thomas. That to me, that's like I liken this to being in the military, starting out in the barracks. You go find you a young lady you're interested in, and then you move into base housing. Base housing, you don't know who you're going to be next to, but because you have this common thing, you might work together, or you might be in the same squadron, whatever. So you become friends with that person. You hang out. Their wife becomes friends. You become friends. Y'all do the barbecues together. Y'all go on trips together. Because I know that's how it was for me. The next door neighbors, when I was married and lived in the base housing, seems like we did everything together. Our children still know each other. So in a way, I guess you can say John Bolton shaped his life too. Again, Blackhawk pointed out, still in white world. Leaving Pinpoint, Georgia, as far behind in his rearview mirror as he possibly can. John Bolton.
In what should have been, a joint storage room.
His classmate, John Bolton, would become UN ambassador, Undersecretary of State, and National Security Advisor.
And we started talking and talked for the next 2 years, basically, and that's where we got to know each other.
Over time, Thomas would open up to Bolton.
I don't think he was terribly happy at the law school. Look, people at Yale Law School, generically speaking, are a pretty arrogant group. They think that they're going to rule the world. For example, in the year ahead of us were Bill and Hillary Clinton. That was kind of the atmosphere. I don't think Clarence came with that in mind for himself, and I think it was kind of off-putting.
Now, I think he thought he was going to fit right in. And when he got to Yale Law School, he found that he didn't fit in. Another slap in the face.
And there are other black students there, but again, the black students who are there, like, he doesn't feel they are like him. He's not part of the elite. They're, in his mind, privileged kids, the sons and daughters of doctors and lawyers.
They came from money, and he didn't. So we automatically looked at things at a financial way instead of a skin folks way, as we are related because of what we look like. We have a common bond here. We're trying to change a system that did not allow us before we came here, or a couple of years before this. we weren't allowed to come to these schools. He separated himself from that as well.
So he feels, again, like the outcast.
He believed that people assumed he was there as a beneficiary of affirmative action, and it grated on him.
He has this feeling of, oh, I'm around these white students who he senses question his presence at Yale. How is it that you, not just you, Clarence Thomas, but you, all you black students are here? Is it because of merit, or is it because of affirmative action? There was one law professor, Ralph Winter, who in a challenging way mentioned this. People don't think, you deserve to be here, that kind of thing. And Thomas doesn't take it as a challenge, he takes it as a slight.
Rather than try to fit in, Thomas tried to stand out.
He dressed in overalls and a T-shirt. It was kind of a uniform. Neither one of us was terribly rich, so I didn't wear overalls, but I understood what it meant for him.
With Clarence Thomas, what you see is somebody who's isolating himself. And he's kind of saying, I don't want to try to join you, maybe because he doesn't want to be rejected again.
After 3 years of Yale Law School, graduation was nearing. But Clarence Thomas wasn't getting the offers he expected from prestigious law firms.
He was saying that he wasn't getting the kind of offers that other students were getting. And we couldn't understand it. We thought that, well, you're at Yale, and if you're not getting offers, something's wrong, because that's the whole purpose.
And instead of looking at the obvious, you decided it was affirmative action, the reason why you didn't get these offers. Instead of looking at the obvious there, Justice Thomas, is saying that white folks don't want me working for them regardless of my educational background or my skill set. Has nothing to do with my educational background or who I am. It has everything to do with the color of my skin. In a nutshell, Candy Cane, that's exactly it. Because other folks teased him, he decided to say, you know what? And basically, wouldn't y'all say that he's agreeing with them by caving in like that?
Going to those schools.
Thomas would never forget the sting of those rejections.
He said he would keep stacks of rejection letters he had gotten from law firms. Even when he was like a Supreme Court justice, he had these letters just to sort of remind him of those, again, this feeling of rejection by kind of the elite law firms.
He had his Yale law degree, and he had a 10-cent stamp stuck to it. Like a 10-cent price tag stuck to it. Because he's like, yeah, this is what it's worth, right? 10 cents, right? No more.
He came to blame affirmative action for the rejection he felt.
Now I knew what a law degree from Yale was worth when it bore the taint of racial preference. I was humiliated and desperate.
He thought that his degree was devalued, that he didn't get the same kind of cachet out of the degree once he was looking for a job and trying to move in his career.
Okay, Justice Thomas. Again, I'm not on the educational level that you. I never attended college. But one thing for sure, I know in high school, the college prep classes that I had, at some point in time, I know in my English class, I was the only black student there. I didn't sit in the front of the class. I sat at the back. I also heard those, those murmurs of racial epithets. I also heard them. Why is he in here? What's he doing in this class? My sister, same thing. She was the only black girl in her class. English class, math class. And the same questions when we got home. Why folks always asking us why we the only black people in their class? I thought school was for everybody. Am I wrong for being smart? Am I wrong because the school decided to not put me in the trailers in the back and put me in a college prep class because of what I know? Sticks and stones may break your bones, but names will never stop you from being great, only if you allow them to.
He assumed that others were assuming that it's a Yale law degree, but with an asterisk next to it.
I disagree. I disagree totally.
Orion Douglas had a strikingly similar academic journey to Clarence Thomas's. Scholarship to Holy Cross, law school, eventually becoming a judge.
I ain't gonna blame affirmative action for not getting a job when you never was offered the job for 100 years before.
Anyway.
Okay?
Anyway, this is your friend, Clarence Thomas, that somebody probably would have told you this standing face to face. Chuck, my man, how you gonna blame affirmative action when it's affirmative action that got us in the door? Before affirmative action, we wouldn't have been here. We wouldn't have had the choice to look at a prestigious law firm to be a part of. Blame the right people.
The system was still there. The infrastructure for separation, discrimination was still there. It was still the segregated mindset of white America.
And that's it. I think so too. They're black and proud. I think that they chose, again, his own friend says, I disagree with that statement that he made. I disagree with that wholeheartedly, and then went into reasons why he disagreed with it. Showed that he was hired by different firms and wasn't too ashamed to say, if it had not been for affirmative action, I probably wouldn't be a judge today. These are your friends. These are people. These are your constituents. These are your peers. These are the folks that you went to these schools with.
Ronald Reagan's presidential campaign rocked the world of conservative Republicans. They called it a revolution, and Ginni and her mom were there, watching as Reagan used a catchy phrase to describe it.
For those who've abandoned hope, we'll restore hope and we'll welcome them into a great national crusade to make America great again.
Ginni had
y'all thought that was just a new slogan, didn't you? Yeah, how many of y'all knew that Ronald Reagan used that before? Y'all thought Donald Trump was the originator of that? No, those who don't know history is doomed to repeat it. This is not the first time that MAGA slogan has been around. There's nothing new under the sun, folks. There's nothing new under the sun. Reaganomics is right back into play. Reaganomics.
To Washington, hoping to do her part, break into politics.
I spoke to her brother, Russell, and he said, you know, Mom was a big politician and Ginni wanted to be like Mom. And I think Ginni actually came to Washington thinking that she might run for Congress one day.
She was prodigious. She worked very hard, morning, noon, and night, and certainly didn't need anybody to light a fire under. She was very, very anxious to perform and to deliver.
She was young. She was fairly new to Washington. She was someone who wanted to do things in the world, wanted to accomplish something, had a sense of being on a mission.
But Washington was a far cry from life in Omaha.
She got to Washington bright-eyed and idealistic from the Midwest, and her mom and dad weren't there, her older siblings weren't around. It's easy to get lost in Washington. People drink, people sleep with their bosses, people do all kinds of crazy things.
During this time, Ginni suffered a traumatic experience, something she later described in People magazine.
I was once sexually harassed at work. It wasn't verbal harassment, it was physical. It was something I had put way down in the recesses of my mind.
She had mentioned to me that she'd had an incident with sexual harassment. She didn't want to get into the details of it, so I didn't know much about it. I just knew that there had been some trauma involved.
Which is, again, is another thing for me in the confirmation hearing. That was the center point of his confirmation, Clarence Thomas' confirmation, Anita Hill. And that's when Joe Biden came into the spotlight, really. He was the chairman on that.
And she was someone who felt kind of alone in the world and was looking for not only companionship, but for the tools that she needed to reattach to the world, to create the relationships that she thought would make her healthier.
She was drawn to a controversial self-help group called LifeSpring.
In your life, up until now, whether you consider yourself successful or not, you've really done the best you can. This program is an invitation for you to open up new areas for success.
The program gave her a sense of belonging.
Now, for those of you, I want you to go, and our next presentation will be about the Heritage Foundation. And you wonder why I brought that up earlier, because here's the beginnings of the Heritage Foundation. Because a lot of what you hear doing this particular group back then is what the Heritage Foundation adopted as their pedigree. Listen to some more.
A group of other searcher-type people who felt lost or lonely, who now came together and go through a deeply intense experience of exposing their emotions to one another, hugging a lot, crying together.
It does not hurt, it feels wonderful. I'm okay.
She was deeply impressed. She felt that she had been reborn almost. It was a spiritual, religious experience for her.
At first, Ginni was feeling pretty good about it and felt like it was maybe, strengthening her. But then there were some troubling exercises.
See, there you go again, folks. See, this is what I'm talking about. How does standing up screaming in your drawers got anything to do with politics? Somebody want to explain this on the screen here, Ginni? Lost sheep in the woods. If you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. Seems to me that's what was happening to you during this time. I think so. That's to me, Black and Proud. That's the overwhelming reach is what I got. I think he was allowing to his circles because they could control him. They could control him being a Yassa boss. He was the beginnings of Black people saying something against other Black people and them using the saying, see, look, he said it. Here's a Black man that came from Pinpoint, Georgia, that says he pulled himself up by his bootstraps. They become a Yale graduate, a law professor, and ultimately a Supreme Court justice. And he came from Pinpoint, Georgia. But look at this right here.
Nobody ever helped me.
One of them was something called the stripper, where they stood in a U shape and they disrobed, they took off their clothes, and they made fun of people's bodies and the fat people. And she realized that this was sort of more than just spiritual journey, that this was some kind of cult-like stripping down of the self, and it was dangerous.
Ginni's parents and closest friends were also worried.
Ginni felt that she'd been misled, led astray, and so she wanted to get out. And she turned to a deprogrammer, a counselor, for help in getting out.
Hi, I was in LifeSpring, and I was what I considered to be deprogrammed. And
she was somebody who had been to hell and back, and she was going to stand up and speak publicly about, about saving others from.
Again, sounds a little bit of that Scientology going on as well. Remember Angela Jolie? Remember Tom Cruise's wife? Remember all the women that said that they felt duped by Scientology? All those folks are, even so much so, we can bring it up to the Charlie Kirk era. We could bring it up to all these different eras of these so-called political activist groups that turned out to be no more than hedonistic, to be quite honest with you.
A similar fate.
When you come away from a cult, you have to find yourself, and what was it that made you get into that group, and what open questions are there that still need to be answered.
She was angry that she had fallen victim to a group like this. When she goes into something, she does it fully, with all her heart. And when she leaves something and feels betrayed and angry, she is against it with all her heart.
So all those things that got me to LifeSpring are still there, and I guess I struggle with not going overboard and fighting the cults, but I know that's important too.
I spoke to her minister, and I guess he gave me the greatest insight into her. He said that she's a very, very trusting person that you have to be careful with. He told me that he thought it was that kind of trusting quality that led her to LifeSpring, that she believed in them until she was burned.
Birthday. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
He was 38 years old in the Oval Office with the President of the United States.
He's one of the highest-ranking African-American officials in the government. And he's seen as someone, certainly on the rise. People already are eyeing him, thinking, well, maybe we could get this guy prepared for a Supreme Court seat.
He'd paid his dues by being the front man for Reagan on issues of race.
I think that the president has really been treated unfairly in the media with respect to his views of minorities.
Ooh, boy, have we heard that before. Again, I'll say to you, maybe I should have changed the name of this stream to Those Who Don't Know History is Doomed to Repeat It. Because we see exactly what Clarence Thomas was doing back in the 80s, doing Reaganomics, to what some folks are doing now. The Jason Whitlocks, the Stephen A. Smiths, the all these black conservatives that will get up, the angry man, is all these different folks that are on these YouTube streets that talking about Trump is not a racist. Right, Sharp.
Especially affirmative action, which Thomas came to see as deeply flawed and insincere.
Where you do run into the conflict is when you have a system set up under the guise of affirmative action that is called preferential treatment.
See, again, ever since the Reagan eras, folks, Clarence Thomas has been talking about affirmative action in a negative light. He has not met Ginni yet. But this is him. This is who Clarence Thomas is. He adopted this policy of thinking that of what was said to him because of where he went to school and who said it to him. He decided to reverse it. It wasn't about the black people anymore. It was about the white people that told him that affirmative action was bad, that affirmative action was the only reason that he was in the particular position that he was in. Now he's trying to convince every other black person, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Affirmative action is not how you get ahead. Well, I'd like to see any black lawyer that had not passed the bar exam yet. How is that affirmative action? You got to pass a bar to become a lawyer. Is there a black lawyer test? Is there a white lawyer test that the two take?
He's playing the role of a black conservative. He's playing the role of a black Reaganite.
The president has been singularly supportive. He supports us where it counts.
He's giving the Reagan administration cover so that when people say, the Reagan administration is racist, Reagan said, well, you can't say that. Look at these people over here.
Trump said it. Look at my African American over there. Basically the same thing Reagan said. Look. I got one of them right here. I got another one standing on the other side of me. What y'all talking about? The two of the most infamous presidents in this country, Bush and Reagan. Look at them. Look at my African American. Look at my black guy. Look at Clarence Thomas out here. He's dark as you put him at 8 o'clock in the morning together, get midnight. How y'all gonna say I'm racist? And Uncle Tom, Clarence, Boss, and Thomas went on this media blitz tour to convince black people that racism was dead. Long before social media was out there, folks. We're getting to it now, aren't we, Blackheart? We're getting to the Black and Proud. We're getting to the meat of this. I know this is, I told y'all yesterday this was going to be a long stream.
Look at this guy, Clarence Thomas. He's black.
I support you. I'll do anything to make this effort work.
Look at what he's...
I'll do anything for you, boss. Is we sick, boss? Clarence, I got something that I want to show you right quick, like. I got something that I want to show you right quick, like. And this is from someone that you revered. This was someone that you said was your hero.
We don't believe that black people will ever get any problem with laws being passed or new persons being put in office, white liberals being put in office. There is nothing that the white man will ever do to bring about true, sincere citizenship or civil rights recognition for black people in this country. Nothing will they ever do. They will always talk it, but they won't practice it. And with the Supreme Court, if the NAACP can tell me that they want a desegregation decision for me 10 years ago, but yet the schools haven't been desegregated, as I say, this is a victory with no victory. It's a victory that you can talk about, but it's a victory you can't show me. So if you represent the NAACP and you are telling me about this great victory you won for me, when I look at you, I have to conclude that either you have been duped yourself or else you are trying to dupe me. And in most instances,
either you've been duped yourself, Clarence Thomas, or you're trying to dupe me. That's from one of your heroes that you said you read everything about him. That's from one of your heroes, sir. How did you get past that? What did you do? Throw all your Malcolm X books and texts away? Did you stop reading it? And did you take up with the likes of Ronald Reagan, the Bushes, the Lambs?
Saying he's with us.
Thank you. This has been the highlight of my career. I guess I'm a little bit nervous. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
For Clarence Thomas, it had been a long journey to the White House. Unable to get a prestigious job out of law school, he'd settled for a low-paying job as a staff lawyer for the Republican Attorney General from Missouri, Jack Danforth.
When I first met Clarence, I told him that I would offer him more work on less pay than anybody else interviewing at Yale Law School, and he took the job.
He followed Danforth to the United States Senate, where he worked as a staffer.
Danforth offers Clarence Thomas a job in Washington, which is kind of a turning point in Clarence Thomas's career. He has said that he wants to be a big courtroom litigator and make a ton of money, but that's not really happening. I think at this point what you can see is he's ambitious. He decides maybe he can make it in government. He can get to the...
So I'm gonna take a cut and pay. Isn't that like Ari Spears? And right, Candy King. I'm sure y'all folks catch on pretty quick here. So you take a cut and pay. A man tells you, I'm gonna give you an ass of work, but I'm not gonna give you a whole lot of money for it. And you take that over that prestigious law degree that you're walking around with to be a part of the Republican Party. And you wonder why black people are conflicted with you, Judge Thomas. Seems like everything to me that you possibly could stand on as a black man, you threw to the side and chose the opposite. You could have taken your law degree and done great things in the black community. You could have went down there to Pinpoint, Georgia, and use your law degree to help some of those folks that were being railroaded. You didn't choose that. You could have became a, hero in your own town. But you decided to take up with these folks.
Top there faster than in corporate America.
But as he rose in Washington, there was trouble in his personal life.
Moving to Washington had done nothing to ease the dissatisfaction I felt with my marriage. I hated myself for my inability to be the loving, devoted husband Kathy deserved.
His marriage was falling apart. He was struggling to raise his young son and dealing with crippling debt.
They're young. They had a son early. It was very difficult, I think, to keep that marriage together in the early years, and I think
I imagine it would be if you only married her because she was the first girl that was nice to you. You didn't marry her out of love. You married her because she was the first girl that was nice to you, out your own mouth. No, he was never going to become another Thurgood Marshall, Black and Proud. That was that he could have scratched that. No.
just kind of drifted apart.
I grew despondent and resigned. I drank more heavily than ever before.
Basically, you did the same thing your daddy did. You do despondent. You started drinking. You walked away from your children. You was in a lifeless, loveless marriage. And you decided to blame it on the woman by saying, I couldn't give her what she wanted. So the best thing for me to do is to fuck on and start drinking.
I knew I was on the road to trouble.
When I first met Clarence, he, more than anything else, is a very angry person. He was self-medicating when I met him with alcohol.
Lillian McEwen was a lawyer for Senator Joe Biden on the Judiciary Committee. She met Thomas as he was going through a divorce.
Clarence was in the...
So now you know the connection between those two. Joe Biden and Clarence Thomas. This is his secretary. You don't think that very same Joe Biden was not in favor of Clarence Thomas doing those proceedings? You didn't think that he knew Clarence Thomas better than he let on?
The midst of a lot of changes in his life. And so I would pretty much just listen to whatever it was that he had to say about his childhood, about what was going on with him.
As they began dating, Lillian found Clarence to be ambitious and determined.
I would say that every act that Clarence performed at work and socially was always geared toward getting ahead and making sure that he was doing what was necessary to take the next step, whatever that was.
And who doesn't?
The idea has already occurred to him by 1981 that if he plays his cards right, he could be on the Supreme Court. He's telling people that. 1981. This is so long before it happens. But he's got a plan in the back of his mind. And he knows that he needs to keep doing the right things, punching the right cards, meeting the right people, making the right friends. And it might happen.
One important step. He had joined a small circle of conservative black Republicans.
You're an ambitious, black person. You have a Yale Law School degree. Makes a lot of sense to go where the line is shorter. So it's a long line with the Democrats. A lot of people over there. Much shorter line with the Republicans.
Explains a lot, doesn't it? It's a shorter line to fame being a black man in the Republican Party. But the line is long trying to gain fame in the Democratic Party being a black person. That could have been it, Black Hawk. That could have been it, brother.
He'd been tilting conservative since leaving law school, and now began to flesh out his conservative ideology. He reconnected with his former Yale classmate.
At one point, he said, "Can you send me some books or something that might be worth reading?" And so I put together a bunch of things I thought he might be interested in reading and sent him out. I think he went through clearly an evolution. He had certainly become much more conservative, really outside of Yale Law School, out in the real world.
You've heard about Clarence Thomas, but not by name. He is one of the black people now on center stage in American politics. He
is one of the black people now on center stage. Y'all hear that? He's one of the black people now. You didn't know his name, but he is one of those black people now that is center stage in American government as a Republican.
Is a Republican.
Thomas would put himself in the spotlight, making controversial comments in the Washington Post.
Thomas is also a man who has a sister on welfare back in his home state of Georgia, but he feels that he must be opposed to welfare because of the dependency it can breed in a person. She, his sister, gets mad when the mailman is late with her welfare check, he says. That is how dependent she is. What's worse is that now her kids feel entitled to the check too.
Any of that sound familiar to y'all? Can we go to any of these so-called black conservative YouTube streamers and find that very same sentiment? We heard your boy BGS said, fuck getting a job. No, lady, we'll start first.
They have no motivation for doing better or getting out of that situation.
It hit pretty hard. Folks in Savannah, their first reaction was, why would you talk about your sister in public? You know, we don't do that. That's not black Savannah. You know, if you got something to say about your sister, you don't like what she did or whatever, you don't publicize that. You know, you keep that in the family.
But in Reagan's Washington...
And how about helping your sister? How about saying, sister, I know you're running through hard times. I ain't got it like that, but I'm gonna help you. I know what it was like living without nothing. I knew what it was like being a single, living with my mom, being a single mama. I know what it was like. So instead of talking shit about you, sister, I'm gonna help you get off welfare. I'm gonna find something, some kind of job or something that pays you well enough. I was waiting for someone to ask that, Black and Proud. What about his son? What about that black son that he had? Why have we never heard about him? How many of y'all knew to this day that Clarence Thomas, I was yesterday, well, day before old, when I found out that Clarence Thomas had a son. I knew he had been married, but I was yesterday's old when I found out that he had a black son running around on this planet somewhere. And I'm wondering, what does the son think about his father? I know one thing for sure. If my daddy was on the Supreme Court, wouldn't that be something that you'd be proud of? Or is it that he don't want you to know that that's my daddy on the Supreme Court because I'm not proud of the shit that he does to black people?
The article propelled Thomas.
Ronald Reagan, was famous for denouncing welfare queens. So, wow, here is, a Yale Law School graduate who's African American and who's talking about how terrible it is that his sister was on welfare. That was
Gets right back to what you were saying, Black Hawk. Hey there, ABT. How you doing? Welcome, welcome in. Gets right back to what you were saying there, Black and Proud. They used you, Clarence Thomas. They used you as a mouthpiece long before there was the internet and social media. You was the mouthpiece. You was the reason why white folks could say, listen, look, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. He did. He came from Pinpoint, Georgia. He made it, but not telling everybody else that the reason why he made it was because of the doors that was open for him.
It's like manna from heaven for Ronald Reagan.
Reagan elevated Thomas to run the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
This is a real journey that Clarence Thomas made.
The Equal Opportunity, EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. You put someone in the head of that to where you literally had to almost sue the government or the state, prove your case. And this was the guy that decided whether your case had merit or not. For someone who did not believe in affirmative action. This was your guy.
From modest, humble origins to the top of one's profession and ultimately to a leading position in American government.
Now, for the first time in his life, Clarence Thomas was in charge. But people who knew him then saw disturbing changes.
His personality, his aggressiveness sexually, everything changed. He became a different person after he got that job. He stopped drinking alcohol, so
just go ahead and say it. He got radicalized. Just go ahead and say it. He got radicalized.
He was not self-medicating anymore, and his mood swings were quite obvious.
He never really seemed to be anyone who took any particular joy in anything unless it was denigrating someone or somebody, and then he'd just guffaw after he made such a comment.
Angela Wright was Thomas's communications director.
I think he really, really wanted to just sort of prove to conservative white people that, he was their guy. He just took such pride in denigrating Black people. He is taking stereotypes and laughing at them and making white people feel comfortable in his presence because he's the first one to make the racial joke.
Can you imagine that? You, the black man, telling the racial jokes. Again, I'd like to use this quote, and I'll use it several times. It comes from the movie A Soldier Story. Sergeant Waters said, Wilkie, you know what the damage one ignorant Negro could do? Ignorant does not that necessarily mean you're not educated. Y'all see the damage one ignorant Negro can do? John Galt, CT. They take pride and pleasure in talking about the worst of us in front of them. Y'all see the damage one ignorant Negro can do. Regardless of your status in life, regardless of your position in life. What's the difference? I'll ask you, what's the difference from what we've been hearing from John Galt and CT and what y'all been hearing from other people about Clarence Thomas? What is the difference?
He comes up with derogatory nicknames for people. He bullies some of the weaker people. He makes fun of them. He's
hair-hatted hooligans, BT-1000s, a la who? Tommy Sotomayor, but y'all still have that nigga up on your panels. Y'all still hold that nigga in a high self-esteem. Notice I call him exactly what he is. Yes, a boss and ass nigga.
supposed to be running an organization that protects, for instance, older people in the workplace. And he tells his underlings to get rid of an older guy in the office because he's too old. He says he's got one foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel.
There was a woman on his staff who was a little person. And I remember him specifically saying, forgive my language, but this is what he said. She got that big ass. Despite the fact that sexual harassment was against the law, people just let it roll off.
Eventually, Thomas fired Angela Wright, and Lillian McEwen concluded she'd had it with Clarence.
I just couldn't tolerate it anymore. I didn't like what he was becoming. I didn't like the speeches that he was giving. I didn't like the positions that he was taking. I didn't like the embrace that he was getting from the most horrible people in the Republican Party. I couldn't tolerate it. This was his plan. This was his karma. This was how he wanted to go through the world. But I wanted nothing to do with it.
Ginni Lamp finally met the man of her dreams.
We first met in the spring of 1986 at an affirmative action conference in New York City. Clarence was then EEOC chairman. I was a labor relations attorney at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
When she sat in that meeting with him for the first time and saw him, what she saw, in her own words, was a powerful man.
And they kind of strike up a friendship at this conference. They're both there speaking. They get a cab together, and that kind of, touches off this romance.
She shared a taxi with him to the airport. When she asked him, how do you feel about being a black man in the Reagan administration? How do you deal with critics? And he pulled out his wallet and showed her the prayers that he recites every day that kind of fortify him.
Keep a clear eye toward life's end. Do not forget your purpose and destiny as God's creature.
She said it was a humbling experience seeing a person who lived their values, their Christian values. For her, I think that was the moment of connection.
Just a few months later, Ginni and Clarence were engaged.
The whole thing is so improbable. It's a novel. It's a novel I wouldn't.
ABT, you know what she saw. But no, again, we're going to give her the benefit of the doubt here. She says she saw a powerful man. I think she saw someone that she could use. I think she saw her way into the black man that the Republican Party chose, and she saw a way to exploit that.
Leave. It's just that these people in such dissimilar worlds end up getting together and being of such enormous political consequence. You can't make it up. It's so extraordinary.
But they had important similarities.
Clarence Thomas is at odds with the civil rights movement. He's against affirmative action. Ginni Thomas is at odds with the feminist movement, and she's opposed to equal pay for women. In some
the very same things that they seems to me that they should be fighting for. Ginni Thomas, well, this time Jeannie Lamb, as a woman fighting for the equality of women. Clarence Thomas, as a black man fighting for the equality of black men and women. Seems to me that would be the natural path for these so-called two political juggernauts. But they chose the opposite. She was going to steer him in the right direction. Absolutely, ABT. You the right man for the job.
In some ways, they really have a lot in common, politically, and in terms of sort of where they position themselves in sort of opposition to the politics of their own generation.
Soon, out in Omaha, Ginni Lamp became Ginni Thomas.
When she got married to Justice Thomas back in Omaha, she didn't tell people that she was marrying a black man. She just said, I'm getting married. And so the guests show up at the wedding and they're shocked.
Gasp! Imagine that. Our little Jeannie's getting married. You don't tell them that your husband is black. They find that out when they get there. Is that a good way, ladies? Is that a good way to start off a marriage? That your own folks don't know that you're about to marry someone of a different nationality? Would you rather be shocked and surprised and shocked and awe of your parents seeing your parents' face when they walk through the door and they grew up in this conservative white and leave it to Beaver neighborhood, and all of a sudden their Republican raised daughter ended up in the arms of in the bed of a black man? Could you imagine? Somebody passed out there. I'm sure that somebody fainted. She knows exactly why she didn't say it, because if they would have known that she was about to marry Clarence Thomas, they would have either disowned her or somehow talked her out of it. She had a plan. It won't be long before he gets thrown under the bus, Black Hawk. It won't be long at all.
That she's marrying a black guy. And one of her relatives was quoted in the Washington Post as saying, well, we were surprised when he turned out to be black, but you know, when we got to know him, he's so good to her that it made up for him being black. And so it was obvious this person, and maybe others, thought him being black was a bad thing.
Those who knew him from his Black Power days at Holy Cross were also surprised.
Thomas, when he was a student at Holy Cross, he was sort of adamantly opposed to interracial marriage. He thought that black people should marry black people, and we should embrace his community. And he would even point out interracial couples.
I find it a little ironic to evolve from that position
being married to a white lady. Okay, well, that's how life does.
That's his friend right there, folks. This is one of his lifelong friends. Said he found it strange that he would go from that to this.
I never thought when he was at Holy Cross that he'd be part of Ronald Reagan's team also. But you follow the path that God puts before us. And I guess God sent him to Ginni. I don't know. I'll leave that up between them.
That don't look like a very good passionate kiss. That looked like that you kiss somebody saying, all right, I'll see you later. Mwah. All right. Bye. I'll see you later. Did that look like a very passionate kiss to y'all right there? No tongue action. No nothing. She pretty much just kissing his bottom lip. That looked very romantic to y'all. Is that a wedding picture right there? I'm wondering.
A stunning decision at the Supreme Court. Thurgood Marshall announced his retirement from the Supreme Court today.
On a court that's leaning to the conservative right, his departure signals a major change for the court.
The great Thurgood Marshall, Mr. Civil Rights, retires.
I'm old. I'm getting old and coming apart.
The search is on for a Supreme Court nominee with the retirement of Justice Thurgood Marshall.
Is the president expecting pressure to appoint another black American?
You bet he is, Peter. I think that pressure is bound to be forthcoming.
The Washington room.
You bet he is, Peter. Is the president under any pressure to appoint? Y'all thought that was unique to Biden? You got the highest court in the land. And you say justice is blind, but there's not one black person on it. I don't think so either, that Candy Cane. I just can't imagine. I'm sorry. You're right about that. I can't imagine that being a heated relate. You know what I'm saying. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. Let me stop. Let me get out of that.
Mill has gone into overdrive this morning trying to think.
President Bush said he would pick someone representative of all Americans.
But should that person be black?
Well, I am very pleased to announce that I will nominate Clarence Thomas to serve as Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court.
Clarence Thomas is nominated. Now, immediately there's certain things that happen that, get my attention. First, did race have anything to do with this?
What I did was look for the best man.
No. If you were around back at this time, folks, if you were in the political spectrum or if you was watching news at this time, the conversation was all about this man's color. How could you pick a black man for one of the highest positions in the land? What's his name? Rush Limbaugh and all those right-wing leading folks, they was having a hiss fit.
And the fact that he is black and a minority has nothing to do with this in the sense that he is the best qualified at this time. And we have.
Well, I mean, who believes that? Clarence Thomas stands to be one of the great beneficiaries in American life of affirmative action.
President. He was only 43 years old. He'd spent just 1 year as a federal appeals court judge. But he'd built a strong reputation as a conservative and strong connections with Washington Republicans.
He got there through networking. He was in the right place at the right time. He had the right support people.
Damn, y'all seen this before, or y'all soothsayers? ABT and L Boogie and Shaw and Black and Proud. Have y'all seen this before? Because no, I tell you what, we all just got common sense, don't we? You don't have to. We didn't have to know that Clarence Thomas married that white woman for proximity. We know that she married him for power. Even his own friends know that. Even his own friends said, how could you talk about affirmative action when you're a direct benefit of it? His girlfriend left him. The wife walked on. The kids don't even talk about him.
Behind him, he was connected pretty well.
He had settled on the 43-year-old appeals court judge, Clarence Thomas.
Replacing the court's first and only African-American with another African-American.
Reaction has been flowing and ricocheting ever since.
Clarence Thomas is a self-made man with many self-made enemies.
Liberals have been scared about Clarence Thomas for years. What impact will Clarence Thomas have on the high court?
I thought I'd be able to sneak in. Oh, sure. Thanks. Thanks now.
Proximity?
He could not have been.
Is that what they're about? Their El Boogie, proximity? Proximity to white and power? Is that's what a lot of these, I want to call them conservatives, black Republicans. You see how they jumped out the boat to save Just Pearly. No, you stay in the boat. We got you. It's currency. ABT. It's currency for them.
Prepared for the mob of still photographers, TV cameras, reporters, police, and senators which engulfed him this morning.
It promises to be a political, ideological, and cultural event of historic proportions.
The hearing will come to order. Good morning, Judge. Welcome to the blinding lights.
The Democrats, politically, they were in a very difficult position. It's very difficult to attack an African-American judge, and they wanted to befriend him, not attack him. Certainly that was true for Biden.
Heck, you're 6, 7 years younger than I'm 48. How old are you, Judge? 42, 3?
Well, I've aged over the last 10 weeks, but 43.
43 years old.
He was advised, I know this, to be very careful, to be very modest. They're going to ask you about every controversial issue that has ever come before the Supreme Court.
In the area of civil rights, I don't remember or recall participating.
He's told to just basically sit there like a potted plant and don't say too much. It's insane.
I remember this quite well. And at that point in time, I did not know that he was a part of the Black Panther groups, or he was trying to be a part of them. But that statement now sticks out more to me than anything. That was a blatant lie. He said he's never been part of any civil rights organization. But we know that to be incorrect. Just like Matt Kavanaugh. We know that they lied during their confirmation hearings. And it was an easy lie that could have been proven. But they just swept that under the rug. They just said, just answer the questions basically. Don't go too long. Don't try and explain away anything. Just use the old adage, I don't remember, I don't recall, or I don't think so. And that'll get you through, because we're going to confirm you unless you say the wrong thing. Same thing with Kavanaugh. Same thing with Coney Barrett. Don't say the wrong thing. When they asked him about Roe versus Wade, don't say the wrong thing. Just say it's precedent.
Insulting in a way, but he does what he's told.
I think that to take a position would undermine my ability to be impartial.
There did come a point at which people said, well, hold it. Maybe you don't know enough to be a justice.
Would undermine my impartiality. Really, undermine my ability to be impartial.
It was just laughable.
Clarence Thomas basically played the role so well as a cipher that he'd said things that seemed just on the surface very hard to believe, such as that he had never, ever debated the Roe v. Wade decision.
What I'm trying to do, Senator, is to respond to your question and at the same time not offer a particular view on this difficult issue of abortion that would undermine my impartiality.
It plays into his fears, if you will, because he's very sensitive, more than that, to how people perceive him. Right? He worries about how people see him as a black man. So that had to bother him.
But as the hearings concluded, it seemed like confirmation was imminent. Senator Jack Danforth had shepherded Thomas through the process.
Good boy.
I can remember thinking, well,
don't that look like that's what Trump did to Byron Donalds? Patted him on the back. Good boy. You did good up there. You did good up there. You good up there, Clarence. You did good up there. You didn't say the wrong things, boy. Let me pat you on the back. We got this. We got this, boy.
We've got, however many votes. There was no question that he was going to get confirmed. So we've got this. So I just felt, I didn't feel threatened that there was any threat at all.
Clarence Thomas ran into trouble today.
Questions are growing over charges of sexual harassment against Thomas.
The FBI did indeed interview Anita Hill, a former subordinate of Thomas's.
The effect was to create chaos and a great deal of uncertainty about what would happen to Clarence Thomas's nomination.
Political explosion on Capitol Hill
Was one of those explosions where no one in Washington knew what was going to happen, not even the White House.
Trouble today for Clarence Thomas. Enough trouble that some senators are calling for a postponement of this week's confirmation vote.
These 11th-hour sexual harassment charges stunned Washington.
Hill emphasized she has nothing to gain by making allegations against Thomas and resents those who question her motives.
I went out to his house. There was a big media stakeout outside of his house.
That was excellent. Excellent driving.
And so I went in. I have never had an experience like that. Ever. Still haven't. Because he was a broken man. He was just broken. He couldn't sleep, according to his wife. He was.
And all because he thought, and that was the stigma of the day. And this is where this comes from. Here it is, a black woman trying to take an important black man down. And if you were around during that time, you would have known that that was the common sentiment. Because everybody that was somebody black was championing Clarence Thomas, because a lot of folks did not know better. They thought Anita Hill was some 11th hour black woman that was put to derail Clarence Thomas from his Supreme Court position. But if they would have gone back and talked to his former girlfriends and his former wives and some of those former people that he hung around, they would have known that those sexual harassment charges had validity to them. But they persecuted Joe Biden and that panel of folks up there. They persecuted Anita Hill. They really did. Oh, I messed up there. Let me see where I get back to it. I pushed the wrong button there, folks. Let me move on. There it is. Let's try right here. Did I move it further? Let's go right here.
Come a point at which people say, well, hold it. maybe you don't know enough to be a justice.
Would undermine my impartiality, really undermine my ability to be impartial.
It was just laughable.
Clarence Thomas basically played the role so well as a cipher that he'd said things that seemed just on the surface very hard to believe, such as that he had never, ever debated the Roe v. Wade decision.
What I'm trying to do, Senator, is to respond to your question and at the same time not offer a particular view on this difficult issue of abortion that would undermine my impartiality.
It plays into his fears, if you will, because he's very sensitive, more than that, to how
all my reserves were used up.
The stage is set for what everyone anticipates will be a brutal hearing.
Later that week, Anita Hill testified.
Now in the nation's capital and before the world, an emotional dispute of historic proportions.
Professor, do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Thomas was at home.
members of the committee,
He told Ginni he wouldn't watch,
my name is Anita F. Hill.
but she did.
His conversations were very vivid. He spoke about acts that he had seen in pornographic films involving such matters as women having sex with animals and films showing group sex or rape scenes.
It was incredibly compelling television. You know, she was gorgeous, composed, obviously projecting sincerity.
On other occasions, he referred to the size of his own penis as being larger than normal, and he also spoke on some occasions of the pleasures he had given to women with oral sex. He said that if I ever told anyone of his behavior, that it would ruin his career.
There's an anger and...
No, and I'll ask y'all something. Does that sound like something that an educated woman would make up? I'm not saying that, okay, I was around back in that time. Let's just put it that way. And like the reporter said, this was riveting television. Everybody watched this. It was on the news. Everywhere you turn was something about the newspaper. Of course, there was no social media back then, but if it was, could you imagine the streams that would have been held about this? Could you imagine the live streams that Angry Man would have had, that BGS would have had, that Obsidian would have had, that Stephen A. Smith would have had, talking about Anita Hill? Could you imagine the smear campaign that would have went through social media about this black woman saying that, hey, he was telling me a bunch of dirty jokes? Could you imagine the memes that would have been popping up with Coke cans, with pubic hairs and all that other stuff growing up on them? No, she didn't make this up. And just some lies that you, no matter how hard you tell them, you can't tell them right the same time. You can't tell it the same way twice.
And suspicion that washes over Ginni Thomas. She sees others attacking her husband, attacking her, attacking their core beliefs. She sees that outside world that's attacking her as something that needs to be beaten down, as something that needs to be destroyed.
It was spiritual warfare, good versus evil. We were fighting something we didn't understand. We needed God.
It's a reprisal of the kind of ideology Ginni Thomas had from her Birch Society days. They regarded their opponents as enemies and practically, satanic.
So basically, even though she said this was a stain on her, this was traumaed her, gave her trauma throughout her life, she used those very same tools to go after her political or perceived enemies.
So she says you've got to fight back against the sort of evil tormentors.
That night, the Thomases traveled back to the Capitol, to Jack Danforth's office.
We sat with Thomas, with Jack, Danforth, Thomas. There weren't very many people in the room. And I just looked over and I said, "Did this happen?" He said, I'm torn to bits. This didn't happen. And I told him my theory of political life: an attack unanswered is an attack believed. Not only that, but agreed to. And he was teary.
I told him that he should go up and look at the senators, and Senator Ted Kennedy was on that program, and he should quote the Bible, and he should say, "Judge not that you be not judged, condemn not that you be not condemned." So.
The danger of crossing politics and religion, because that's how Clarence Thomas got off the hook, folks. He went up there and he used the very same tactics that his wife taught him. Use the Bible, use religion. They fall for that every time. If you appear to be a God-fearing black man, they'll accept you. And these are what his, I'm going to call them, these are what his handlers are telling him to do.
Senators. He wouldn't say that.
Thomas had something else in mind.
He just sat there in my office, and it was darkened and it was quiet. That was when he said to me, "Jack, you know what this is? It's a lynching. It's a high-tech lynching." I said, "Clarence, if that's the way you feel, go up and say it."
The hearing will come to order.
Clarence Thomas had people standing behind him, first and foremost his wife, who, by her presence, made it obvious that she believed that these were lies.
Stand by your man.
She had to be there.
I felt such...
Hillary Clinton did it. Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis did it. What's her name? All these presidents' wives have stood by their man. And what's the name? Rosalind, what's the Richard Nixon's wife's name? All of them stood behind their man when they knew the shit was about to hit the fan. Not because they believed that they were right, because they knew that their political career was at stake. And if you show any chink in the armor, they're going to come after it. She had to be there.
Anger and revulsion looking at some of those senators. I was watching them and I felt like my eyes were laser beams. They wouldn't look at me. These little people, they seemed so small, and our purpose seemed so great.
Judge, it's a tough day and tough night for you, I know. Let me ask, do you have anything you'd like to say? Do you have anything you'd like to say?
Senator, I would like to start by saying unequivocally, uncategorically, that I deny each and every single allegation against me today that suggested in any way that I had conversations of a sexual nature or about pornographic material with Anita Hill, that I ever attempted to date her, that I ever had any personal sexual interest in her, or that I in any way ever harassed her.
Your Honor, she lying. She made all of this up. Ain't none of that true. She's just trying to take down a black man. This black wench is just trying to take down this black man. Y'all see me got this pretty white woman over here, and here this woman talking about, looking at Coke cans with, listen, I've been in the workforce before too, folks, and I gotta admit, sometimes I say some things that could have been considered off-colored. I don't think there's any man in his right mind that's worked in a co-ed situation, has not seen a woman or a girl that he has worked with. I won't use the word girl. Let me take that back. Because at some point in time, some of us started working at 15, 16, 17. That's why I used the word girl. But we saw someone of the opposite sex and we was interested and said, damn, Shorty got a badonkadonk back there. Damn, Shorty's thicker than oatmeal. Damn, she pretty as all outdoors. Damn, she look like a cold drink of water. Come on now. It's exactly. All you got to do is get up and lie.
His testimony was very much, sort of absolute, again, stark, black and white. Nope. I can't think of a way of reconciling the stories, right? That wouldn't mean that someone perjured. But clearly someone lied.
I think that this today is a travesty. I think that it is disgusting. I think something is dreadfully wrong with this country. And these lies.
That's the real Clarence Thomas. They've come for me at the jugular, and I'm a man. I am a man here before you. I'm furious about the way I'm being treated. You're going to do what you're going to do, but I'm going to hold a dignified line in defense of my integrity.
This is a circus. It's a national disgrace. And from my standpoint, as a black American, as far as I'm concerned, it is a high-tech lynching. You will be lynched, destroyed, caricatured.
And folks, that particular quote right there lives in infamy to this day. This was a high-tech lynching. This was the start of the brother man, the sister girl trying to take down the brother man. This was a high-tech lynching. They put Anita Hill in her position to stop my advancement. They put a black man's kryptonite in front of me, meaning another black woman, to take me down. I didn't say any of this. I didn't do any of this. Y'all got to believe me. And I'm going to stand firm to it. Well, Clarence Thomas, looking back at history, just like my man just said, somebody lied. Where you was able to dupe a whole lot of people back in the 80s when you got confirmed. I think now we know who lied. It was you. Just like Chris Tucker said, all you got to do is go and call it, and whoever comes out that room and whoever stays, that's who has the most to lose. You had the most to lose. Anita Hill didn't. That's what they called it. Them snow bunnies is black men like this. It was their kryptonite.
By a committee of the U.S. Senate rather than hung from a tree.
And then he used words like that to solidify. Look at that smile on her face. That's my man right there. Y'all see that? That's my man. Basically, he used racial tropes to clean up his act. He used what was happening to black folks to say it was happening to him. Only thing he did was put it on, use the words high-tech lynching, but he still ended up with saying I was not going to be swinging from a rope from a tree. And this was played throughout the evening news, midnight news, whatever news you turn on, whatever back in the day, this was all you heard about. This was the conversation, what Clarence Thomas said during his confirmation hearing.
When everything was on the line, he knew what to say high-tech lynching. There are a lot of people who rush to his side. They disagree with him. They disagree with him about lots of things. But he blew that whistle, and there were lots of black people who immediately went to his side.
Yep.
We're sitting there saying, give it to him, Clarence. Give it to him. We done been here before. We had to live through this in Savannah. When they try to beat you down, what do? You fight back. That's the way we do it here. And so we were very proud of him, and we were roaring him on.
In a moment, the politics had changed. Chairman Biden and the committee moved quickly.
On this vote, the yeas are 52 and the nays are 48.
Within days, Clarence Thomas had realized his ambitions.
The nomination of Clarence Thomas of Georgia is hereby confirmed.
A permanent seat on the United States Supreme Court. But he would never forget those who had opposed him.
He invited me to come and visit him in his chambers. And if I were a novelist, this is how I would paint the scene. He sits back in his chair, he puts his feet up on his desk, he takes a puff on the cigar, and he says, I'm gonna be here forever. They've had their say. Now, in my leisure, I will have my say. I'm here, I'm planted, they're gonna have to deal with me, I'll be here forever. He was gonna get his, as it were, revenge, simply by putting one foot in front of the other day in, day out, year in and year out, and they can make all the noise, they can scream like banshees. They can scream, but the fact of the matter is, I'm gonna be writing those opinions.
Spoke about acts that he had seen in pornographic films.
The Anita Hill allegations would not go away.
I deny each and every single allegation against me today.
Well, I'm just sitting there thinking, I'm just saying, this man is a liar, is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, lie.
Biden's committee never called Angela Wright or a number of other witnesses.
And I'm wondering why. Why, if someone that worked with her, worked with Thomas, that quit for that very same reason, why did this committee did not call her up to testify, or other people that could have lent credibility to what Miss Hill was saying? If you talk about a kangaroo court, this is it. This was a rush to put someone in position. They had to fill the quota. Reagan wanted another black man to keep the America's calm. So let's go ahead and put this guy in there, regardless. But they don't know that they created a monster, or do they? Or did they? I think they did. I think they knew what Clarence Thomas was going to do once he really came into power. Remember, he said, I'm going to be writing these decisions. And if you look at all, go back and look at all the dissensions against civil rights, the Voting Rights Act, affirmative action, clearly Judge Thomas's name is in the dissension block. Clearly.
To testify.
The comments range from pressing me about why I didn't go out with him to remarks about my personal appearance.
Anita Hill is probably telling the truth, because I can remember him asking me what size my boobs were, asking me about going out with him, even though I'd expressed no interest in going out with him.
There were other women, and they didn't get a chance to testify. There was the speechwriter, the older woman, Rose Jourdain, who talked to Angela Wright about her experiences. There was a woman named Kay Savage who was willing to describe that she'd gone to Clarence Thomas's apartment and that he had a huge interest in pornography.
I deny that I had conversations about pornographic material with Anita Hill.
Watching as well, Lillian McEwen, who dated Thomas during his time at the EEOC.
Clarence is one of those guys who look at women as sexual objects. That's it.
Red pill. Red pill. Where's Myron Gaines? Where's BGS? Red pill. Long before they got a name. Red pill. Long before he got a name.
And he doesn't bother to hide it.
He talked about pornographic materials depicting individuals with large penises or large breasts.
He had stacks of magazines with pictures of genitalia and also women's huge breasts. That was pretty much what was men's and women's genitalia.
So she lying too, huh?
That was pretty much what his collection consisted of.
For others, it was the little details that
big titties and big tallywhackers, huh, Judge? That's what you like seeing?
Stood out.
He went over to his desk to get the Coke, looked at the can, and asked, "Who has put pubic hair on my Coke?"
I heard. Now, let's take a look at Anita Hill here for a minute, folks. Do you really believe that an attractive young black lady like this, educated, would have had trouble finding a date? In those circles? I guarantee you her dance card was full. And just like so many of these other incels, when they get rejected, what they do? What they do?
Heard him say that before. He said it before. We were in the Hogan Campus Center, and a group of us black students were walking by, and he says, "Oh, look, is that pubic hair on the Coke can?" Those were the exact words he used then, and I heard it later on when Anita Hill spoke it.
So someone else, again, someone that could have verified what Anita Hill said, one of his friends that's been around him for a while, said that he heard those words before Anita Hill spoke them.
Well, I believe what she said. She was telling the truth.
He liked adult films. He made jokes. Thomas is inappropriate and things like that. That all stack up on Anita Hill's side of the ledger. So, I think if I had to say who lied, it was Thomas.
Both Anita Hill and Clarence Thomas were under oath. So one of them was perjuring themselves. And the problem was, if the person who was lying was Clarence Thomas, it was someone who was going to be one of 9 of the most important judges in America for the rest of his life and for decades to come. Somebody with enormous unchecked power, somebody who could decide the fate of many, many other people. So much was hanging in the balance, and it has ever since.
South.
So much
in the middle of America, his future wife, Ginni Lamp.
Go ahead and stop that. Again, this was just a quick look into Clarence Thomas and who he was and who he is and who he will continue to be in American politics. To sum it up, my honest opinion, Clarence Thomas was, don't want to use the word, but I have to. He was one of the chosen Negroes. And he made good on his promises to get even with every black man that ever, or any black woman that caused him some grief in his life, starting with his mama, starting with his daddy, starting with his grandparents, and starting with any black person that ever called him a spook, a jigaboo, ABC, America's black child, America's blackest child. African booty scratcher, for those who rejected him when he tried to be one of the militants. He took all of that into account. And like I said at the beginning of this, if Clarence Thomas had his way, if it was possible, he would remove the skin that he's in, a la Cameo, and become a white man. He most certainly would. And I am convinced of that. Now, the reason why I did this on Clarence Thomas, because Clarence Thomas has the power. It is Thomas's court. I know we all want to say, well, Justice Roberts this, Justice that, but Clarence Thomas this is his court. And it has been for at least 3, 4, 5 years now. He's the decision maker there. But the American public can't know that. We have to be able to lay the blame on any racial disparities that come out of Supreme Court. We have to lay it on the face that we expect it laid on. In this case, it would have to be a white face. Chief Justice John Roberts. He set this path in 2013. He knew he was going to have to revisit this. They made it easier for them to gut Section 2 and Section 5. All the protections that Black people were afforded, brown people were afforded, immigrants were afforded. 50 years of voting rights wiped out. But it's still on the books. But they just don't have to enforce it. Now they can't, you can't come to South Carolina and say, prove to us that you tried to stop these Black folks from voting. The burden's not on them anymore. The burden is now on us, and you can't win. Because first you got to get permission to sue the government now. You can't win. Thomas is on his revenge tour. According to him, from what I've seen and what I've got from him throughout the years, Black people made his life a living hell. And I'm going to make your life a living hell. Even his own sister. He put his sister on blast. So what in God's green earth do y'all think he was going to do to us? With that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody for spending this last couple hours with me. I want to say couple. Like I said, I knew this was going to be a long stream. The next one, I'll tie in Clarence Thomas, Project 2025, and all these different things that are being attacked by Black people. I'll tie that into the Heritage Foundation. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you're inclined to, a little bit later on tonight, have some smooth jazz playing. DJ Jeff Daniels will be on the 1s and 2s playing some smooth jazz. Or I'm not sure, he might even do a smooth R&B set. So it'll be up to you. Check it out. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'll be live playing hits from the decades. Great music. Y'all take care. Y'all take it easy. Watch your 3, your 6, and your 9. But I got to go. I got to go. He sold out his people. You're absolutely right. If that's the best way to end this, he sold us out. Thank you, L Boogie. Thank you, ABT. Thank you, Just As Shar. Thank you, Black and Proud. Thank you, Candy Cane Lane. I got to even thank the detractors that came in. Thank you, Richard, for all of you folks that I can't see that's been back and forth in that May. Wherever you're at that May. Y'all have a good one. Thank you. And again, Prism, I appreciate the super chat. Thank y'all very much. Y'all have a good day.
Immerse yourself in the soulful rhythms of classic R&B jams, your 24-hour internet radio station. We're serving up a succulent blend of today's hits and yesterday's classics, all with minimal commercial interruptions. From the golden age of soul to contemporary chart toppers, we've got the tunes to keep your day grooving. Whether you're reminiscing or discovering fresh beats, our carefully curated playlist is sure to hit the right note. And if you can't get enough, feel the beat a little deeper by following us across all social media platforms. Dive into the timeless world of rhythm and blues with classic R&B jams, because good music never goes out of style.